Good evening. Good evening, everybody. We're going to call the meeting to order at 6 o'clock. I'm going to ask our wonderful clerk to take the roll.
Commissioner Bauer, absent. Commissioner Moses.
Here.
Commissioner McKierling.
Here.
Commissioner Rackison.
Here.
Commissioner Wissman, absent. Council Member Cater Thompson.
Here.
Chair Hooper.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Excellent. Thank you. With that, we're going to move to see if we have any general public comment. Just going to take a quick view or quick gander to see if anybody here came for that. I'm going to take that as a no and just move right through that then.
Chair, sorry.
Do we have any written comments? Sorry.
We received no general public comments prior to the meeting.
Excellent. And now we're going to move into presentations, of which we have none, and move straight to approval of the minutes. We had minutes from March 26th. Did anybody have any amendments or edits to the minutes? Okay. If we could get a roll call vote to approve the minutes.
Commissioner Bauer, absent. Commissioner Moses.
I'd like to abstain since I wasn't here.
Commissioner McKierling.
Yes.
Commissioner Rackison.
Yes.
Commissioner Wissman, absent. Councilmember Cater Thompson.
Yes.
Chair Hooper.
Yes.
The minutes are approved.
Great. And with that, we will move into public hearings. And for tonight, we have a barn burner of a topic. We're going to be going through our general plan update presentation, where we will be talking about and reviewing the draft policy frameworks and land use alternatives. And with that, I want to invite Heather Hines and the rest to start the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Hooper. Commissioners, we are pleased to be here before you tonight to continue our conversation about the general plan. We are in a real pivotal point with this process, and we are happy to be here to report out on where we are and where we're headed. Next slide, please. So this is becoming a common visual, hopefully, to everybody here, including people watching at home and in the audience. So this is really showing our roadmap. We are between number 4 and number 5, inching closer to number 5, which is alternatives. So as I mentioned, we're moving between two real pivotal components of the plan. And simultaneously or concurrently, we are also processing and we've received comment on the blueprint for carbon neutrality. So three really big components of this plan are happening right now. And we are still focused on an adoption of the general plan in late 2025, which is our marker that we're moving towards. Next slide, please. So I'm going to provide a real brief overview of what we're here to talk about tonight. So a number of these things, my colleagues will go into a higher level of detail as we move through them. But wanted to start, one of the things we are talking about tonight are the policy frameworks. So the draft policy frameworks have been released for public review and discussion. So tonight it's really our opportunity to introduce the Planning Commission to the policy frameworks, provide a bit of an overview of the origins of these documents, all of the inputs that have helped us draft these documents, and talk a little bit about the Planning Commission's role in the review and the planning process with those frameworks. The frameworks are, as I mentioned, currently being reviewed by members of the public. They're posted online, and we are working towards a community workshop on May 11th to answer questions, kind of raise additional awareness, and talk about these frameworks. The General Plan Advisory Committee is also reviewing these frameworks right now in their working groups, so broke up into different groups to look at specific sections. other commissions, committees, and boards, our CCBs, are going to be kicking off their review starting in May, and going to each of the commissions, committees, and boards, really focused on the frameworks that line up with that individual board's purview. So really utilizing our CCBs as experts, resident experts, and getting input on those frameworks that align with their review. And then Planning Commission. So one of the things we are going to talk about a little bit as part of this presentation, and then you all are going to talk about in more detail as part of the next agenda item, is forming ad hoc committees to make your way through specific policy frameworks that are related to the Planning Commission's review. Next slide, please. The second component that we're going to talk about today are the land use alternatives. So want to introduce this, go into some of the context and background, and get any input from the Planning Commission, not so much on the specifics of each detail of the land use, but more in terms of, are these questions we're preparing to go out to the public with the right questions to be asking? Did we overlook something? And kind of bring the commission along with all of the inputs that have informed these land use alternatives and areas of change. We do have some of our consultant team here tonight to really help focus on some of those contextual and background factors, including fiscal context, transportation, and land use. And you recently had a presentation from our colleagues related to flood resiliency being a significant input into these frameworks and into land use in particular. We'll also touch on some of the topics that have really helped form the areas of change that we're looking at. One being the 15-minute city, which is the topic that the SSTAT looked at and was a real important community preference to focus our review as part of the general plan on that concept. We'll also talk about what the General Plan Advisory Committee's recommendations have been as we've been talking about these areas of change. Some discussion about accessibility analysis that has come out of looking at some of the transportation improvements, existing conditions, our active transportation plan. So having that inform the discussion, as well as topics like looking at centering land use change in our core, activating corridors, and again, those 15-minute centers, and what do we need for those 15-minute centers to be successful as we move forward. So as we get into that and start looking at the maps, you'll notice that those areas of change are really infill and come at the center of the community or along those corridors. And one of the things that is also a topic, and you might not see in the areas of change, but the evolution of our single-family neighborhoods. Much of Petaluma are existing single-family neighborhoods. A lot of state law coming at us with changes or potential changes or opportunities for change in those areas. So that being another topic that we'll touch on this evening. Next slide. So our goals for tonight's meeting, it's really to present to the Planning Commission a briefing on the policy frameworks, the review process, the inputs, discuss the formation of ad hoc committees, and that, as I mentioned, that's going to be part of item 3 that you'll be discussing, but we'll kind of tee it up for that subsequent discussion, and provide a presentation on land use alternatives process, and get your input on key considerations for that land use discussion as we move to input from the community. And we also will talk about the CCB meetings. There's a note here, that there's a number of CCB meetings coming up. Those are our committee, commissions, and boards, and they will provide a good opportunity for planning commissioners, members of the public, to be involved in those discussions. Next slide, please. I'm not going to go through this list, but I think it's important really to realize all of the inputs that have been coming out of this general plan update process that have been part of the information we're discussing tonight. So these different documents, inputs, studies are informing what you're going to see with the policy frameworks and the land use alternatives. So we're at, as I mentioned, this really pivotal point in this large process, and all of these things we've been working on for the last couple of years are finally coming together for work product. Next slide. So moving into a little bit more about the policy frameworks, you saw this graphic at our last meeting last month talking about sea level rise and flood mapping, and as a overview of the general plan process. And really what this is showing is how all of these inputs come together. So the floodplain and sea level rise is a huge informer of our land use alternatives. The land use alternatives and the policy frameworks come together. The blueprint informs the policy framework. So all of these things are coming together, and ultimately they're all part of what we will look at in the future as that draft plan. Also, once we have the alternative, the environmental review, the EIR process will start, and that will also inform aspects of the plan. So just looking at how all of those things come together, they are not all separate parts. They are really the sum of all those parts is what we're looking at. Next slide. And the policy frameworks, we have 14 policy frameworks, draft policy frameworks, again, informed by the housing element, the existing conditions report, the vision and guiding principles. All of these pieces have gone into these frameworks. All of these frameworks are out for input and will come together to inform the draft general plan. And you have that kind of constant input from the public, from the GPAC, from the CCB, from the City Council, impacting at each step along the way. So again, 14 policy frameworks were released in March. 12 were released in March. The land use framework and the flood resiliency framework have not been released yet. So those, because they were informing each other so much, those are still doing some refinement and will be released soon. So you've got 12 of the 14 that are currently available on the general plan website. And one thing I want to kind of just touch on is how much these frameworks are interrelated. So you might have a separate framework for, let's say, environmental justice, and it's its own framework. It will be its own element in the general plan. But a lot of the concepts that are talked about in environmental justice section will then you'll see in infrastructure or transportation. And so they are all interrelated. You will see common themes come up, or climate will come up in a lot of these different frameworks. So something to kind of keep your awareness when you're reviewing them on how they all come together, and you'll see repeat themes or items that might be a policy in one and becomes a separate but related policy in another framework. Next slide. So as I previously mentioned, we are looking for input from our CCBs on specific frameworks that align with their purview. So for instance, our Historic and Cultural Preservation Committee is really our city's resident experts on historic preservation. And so they are going to be doing that deep dive into the historic preservation framework. And so as we get that real focused deep dive from those resident experts, I just want this group, this commission, to know that while maybe, I guess I want you to know that the confidence that our resident experts are doing the deep dive. So you might not have all of the frameworks in your ad hocs. That doesn't mean they're not getting the time and attention. We're just trying to focus where that expertise is to do the deep dive. And there's opportunities for any member of the public, any planning commissioner to provide input through a range of ways that we'll talk about on any of them, but have that confidence that those committees and commissions that are focused on each of the frameworks will be doing that deep dive. One thing I want to highlight here too is on this schedule, you'll see our Plan Fest, which is May 11th. And that is our community event where we will have stations with all of the frameworks. We will have members of staff, members of our consulting team, and we're hoping to have members of General Plan Advisory Committee kind of there as the ambassadors and the authors of these frameworks to be able to do that deeper dive with people who are interested. So we look forward to seeing you all there. Next slide. This outlines a little bit of what you have to look forward to. So we are touching on these topics tonight. You will be forming your ad hocs. We will be checking back in next month to just kind of make sure that that ad hoc process is moving smoothly for all of you, if we can answer any questions. And then those ad hocs will kind of start providing that feedback on the frameworks to the larger commission for that discussion. And then you'll see in July we have the land use framework coming. So obviously the land use framework we want all of you to review. That is really the pivotal point of your all's review. So that is something to look forward to. Next slide. And touching briefly on the ad hocs. So the concept is to establish 2 ad hocs, having the chair and vice chair serve a role to really facilitate each of those ad hocs activities. Obviously, planning staff and the consulting team as needed, we're here to support if there's questions or if there's anything we can do to support your review. We've broken down the frameworks into 2 ad hocs. So the first, flood resilience, mobility, transportation, and parks, and ad hoc 2 covering economic development, infrastructure and utilities, and noise. And then environmental justice and natural environment, we were going to do a combined review session. And then flood resilience and framework, I just want to kind of make sure we all are on the same page. Those have not been released yet, but they are forthcoming. And next slide. So really the ad hoc request is a way to provide consolidated comments on those assigned framework without each of you doing a deep dive into 6 different frameworks and then trying to come together and get consensus comments. It's really just a way to organize so that you can provide thoughtful, focused feedback back to the general plan team. We have some feedback forms that'll help kind of organize thoughts for your ad hocs. Disagreements might come up in the ad hoc. That's fine to note that. But ultimately, those ad hocs will come back and report out to the larger commission before formalizing their review comments back to staff and the consulting team. So I think that is all I have to say. And is there any questions on just that first kind of the logistics? I'm going to hand it over to Ron next, and he's going to start doing kind of a deeper dive. Ron and Troy are going to do a deeper dive into land use and some of the framework discussion. We have Derek here to talk about fiscal, and we have Matt here to talk about transportation and kind of how those feed back into what we were going to cover tonight. So is there any questions that I can answer about what I just covered?
Just a quick, I want to advocate to include in our CCB's expertise, put a little note in there for the tree committee potentially on natural environment to be engaged. I don't know what the agenda is coming up, but I just didn't see it on the list.
I think the plan, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ron, I think the plan is to have a joint meeting of the Tree Advisory Committee and Recreation Music Park. Yeah, there it is.
I see it there.
To do
Thank
both
you.
parks and natural environment and public facilities.
Roger, then.
Two questions. With the land use alternatives, will there also be alternatives for the central business district, more detailed, or is it all part of the land use general plan?
Like kind of get down into like a specific plan level?
Well, just more detailed in terms of what the downtown needs to become, or what the policies are, what they're trying to create, which is much more detailed than a general. Just a
Ron,
question.
you want to
Yeah, that's a great question. Good evening. I'm Ron Whitmore. I'm a principal with Ramey Associates and project manager for the Petaluma General Plan update. We, as you may know, the current general plan has a significant section of one of the chapters devoted specifically to sub areas in the city, and I think that may be what you're referring to. We do intend to do that in this general plan update. We've been waiting to work on the policies for those sub areas until we get through some initial review of both the land use policy framework and through the land use alternatives process, so that we can take that then more focused area specific look to make sure there are policies that are very focused on areas that have unique characteristics demographically, economically, from a housing perspective, et cetera. So does that answer your question?
Yeah. The other question is, in the outline, it's land use and community character. And then as we get further, it's land use and nothing else is mentioned about community character. The question is community character part of the land use study? And will that be part of the downtown study?
So in our current general plan, the community character section, I believe, is the sub areas in our current general plan. And so that's exactly what it's doing. It's taking it down, kind of a slightly more focused discussion of each of the sub areas and what gives them the character that they have or the desired character. And so we are going to be looking at doing something similar.
And the CBD will be one of the sub areas?
Yeah, I think now it's the downtown core, I think is what it's identified as one of the sub areas.
Okay.
Jessica?
Thank you. First of all, mazel tov to staff and the consultants. You guys have done a lot of work, and to the GPAC as well. Lots and lots of inputs, clearly, and I think we've all had the experience of trying to edit a term paper as a team, and if you're I'm on V1 and you're on V2 and 2.2. So I just would love to hear a little bit more about how we can be as helpful as we can. Obviously, we aren't here to be the editors of this, massive project that you guys and others all have worked so hard on, and we're not intending to be the laying the hammer down with big red pens. So I just would love to hear more about how we can sort of be most helpful in our inputs to what is already many inputs.
Mm-hmm. So one of the things, and we're really looking to focus the way we receive input, and some of this, the blueprint for carbon neutrality, we received over 1,000 comments, maybe even more than that, maybe 1,000 comments before CCBs. I can't remember, but a lot of comments. And they kind of ranged from, a comment like, we need a leaf blower ordinance to very specific wording or something. So one of the things we are trying to do, and if we have not already, I think it went out, but I'm not sure, provide some forms that we're hoping to get people to follow the format of those comment forms, because it makes it so much easier to sort and focus and address those comments. So that is one thing that we have done in kind of preparation for this, and the comment forms that the public will have will be similar, to just kind of level the level of detail that we're receiving. So that is one thing to kind of stay on course with those feedback forms would be very helpful. Anything to add to that, Ron?
Apologize if you mentioned this already. I was talking with Yuri for a second there, but yeah, online there will also be an opportunity to provide very goal and policy specific feedback, and we encourage people, if they want to get into that level of detail, to use that online form for that.
I will say I do have a few questions revolving around ad hocs, but I'll save that for once we get to the item.
Okay.
If there are no other questions at this point, I think we should move straight into the presentation. So, thank you.
Okay, so I will turn it over to you, Ron.
Okay, thank you very much, Heather, for that overview and the introduction to the policy frameworks. Thank you, commissioners, for making time for us this evening for several weighty topics. We really appreciate the opportunity to have a study session with you. Just quickly, I know Heather already covered this, but just a quick reminder, we're now diving into the land use alternatives discussion. We're going to provide a fair amount of contextual information for you, which is part of the reason we have several members of our team here with us tonight. And then we're going to go into some detail with you on introducing some of the proposed areas of change, different 15-minute centers that we're considering, share some initial accessibility analysis we did of those areas of change to show you what we anticipate to be the differences they make in non-motorized access, and then go through each of the areas with you, share a bit about some of the drivers and the options that we plan on presenting to the public. I'm not going to go into these in great detail, but just to reinforce how much information and input has gone into informing these. First, what are land use designations? You're all planning commissioners, so I assume you're very familiar with the general plan land use policy map. In a simple nutshell, general plan land use alternatives are all about considering different options for changes in that general plan land use policy map. Currently, the map is used primarily for two purposes. It defines permitted uses within different parts of the city, typically at a large scale, distinguishing residential from commercial, from industrial, from open space and parks and public facilities. Describes the general character, and then perhaps most importantly from a development perspective, defines the allowable density or intensity, as the case may be. So it's really a foundational piece of the GP, which is why we put so much time and effort into considering different areas in which we might change that designation and what change options we should be looking at. And so more specifically, this map is the areas of change we're currently considering, identifying places in the city where we think we should consider options for changing the general plan land use, shows the current land use on the map, but then also distinguishes the different areas and from a citywide perspective, the types of change we're considering. We'll go into this much more detail. But I do want to make one note here is as we've gone through this process, in some instances in a general plan update, cities will consider 2 or 3 or 4 different choices about the nature of their future settlement patterns. For instance, Petaluma could consider a grow outside of the city boundaries approach, or intensify in the core approach, or a hybrid of those two. As we'll explain a bit later, we did consider those initially to play with some ideas. But at this point, based on everything we learned from an economic perspective, a transportation perspective, a land use perspective, all indications suggest that we should really focus on some very central areas of the city. And so rather than considering different settlement patterns in the city, we're really just considering different options for intensification within these core, corridor, and 15-minute center areas identified on this map. And we'll talk much more about that, but I did want to draw your attention to that distinction, which is different than how it's done sometimes in general plan update processes. As an example, and this is from the Washington corridor, we are looking at a no change option, and that's often the case where you just keep things as is. And then the alternative 2 in this case would be a slight intensification, in this case intensifying to allow up to 5 stories, and then a step down. And then a further intensification would be option 3, up to 6 stories and a 5-story step down. So it's alternatives within a certain area of change, distinct from choosing between intensifying on the Washington corridor and more centralized in the central business district, for instance. This is highlighting what Heather discussed earlier, but really showing the land use alternatives component of this multi-layered planning process, and just highlighting that the end product here is really this updated general plan land use policy map. We have been working on this for some time and talking actively about it in public forums for several months now. We initially brought some ideas to city staff back in the fall, and then had 2 meetings with the General Plan Advisory Committee, one in November and another in January, January, to talk specifically about these general plan land use changes, both the areas that we focused on as well as the types of change that we're considering in each of them. Do want to make sure we're all clear about where we're going from here. And so we're tonight at the April 9th Planning Commission meeting. We're going to have a similar presentation and workshop with the City Council on April 29th. This is really critical for us because for us it's an opportunity to get some confirmation from you and from our elected leaders that we're on the right track. Because from there we wanted to prepare a briefing book that goes into much more detail about where these alternatives came from, what we know about their differences and trade-offs, so that as a platform for broader community conversation and review of those potential land use changes, so we can then prepare a proposed preferred land use map, which we then bring back to you again for your formal recommendation to take to council for them to select a new general plan land use designation map for the general plan. And as Heather noted earlier, it's really a pretty critical point in the planning process, because from there we have most of what we need to initiate the CEQA process, the EIR, which is then gets us moving on a specific track for GP adoption. Okay, so I'm going to summarize here kind of where we landed as kind of a preview, and preview for you also the key questions that we're really interested in your feedback on tonight. So here's kind of the high level kind of bubble conceptual map of where we've landed after all this work. So generally at a citywide scale, we're shifting development away from river adjacent greenfield areas and to the core, some key corridors, the potential Corona station, and potential 15-minute centers in various places around the city. These are identified in the different colors that correspond with the colors on the text of this slide. As Heather mentioned, we're not ignoring the primarily single-family residential rest of the parts of the city, but in terms of changes in the general plan land use map, we think these are the areas that are the best candidates. Yes, we may end up suggesting some changes in land use policy for some of the 15-minute centers, but we need to do some additional analysis to confirm that, to make sure we're doing everything we can in the general plan to facilitate the development and intensification of those areas. And our real core question then for the community in all this is, what is the right mix of use and intensity in each of these areas? As I mentioned earlier, we're not asking them to choose between future settlement patterns. It's how intense would you like to get? What mix of uses is most appropriate in each of these critical centers? And the rest of our presentation tonight is really going to explain to you why we landed on these particular areas from a land use, economic, and transportation perspective. And these are the big 4 questions we're interested in your feedback on tonight. do you agree with the general approach to resilience, which we're going to say a bit more about in a minute, but it's foundational to the citywide approach of de-intensifying near the river and intensifying in critical core areas, and that's the second bullet. And then really, have we got the right areas? We're very open to questions, thoughts on areas we may be missing, or maybe areas you think we shouldn't be considering changes in the general plan land use policy map. And then finally, same similar question, are we looking at the right areas or centers in the city where we should facilitate an increased mix of use so that people don't have to travel so far to meet their daily needs? We do have lots of other questions related to the evolution of single-family neighborhoods. We just anticipate we don't have time for those tonight. We do look forward to talking with you again when we bring the land use policy framework back to you to talk a lot more about these issues, which are really more on the policy side, related to how we support vertical mixed use in single-family neighborhoods, what density would be appropriate for infill, how can we support non-residential uses throughout single-family neighborhoods, and really how dense do you think it's appropriate to allow Petaluma's single-family neighborhoods to become over time? This is a very similar set of questions, but just did want to be clear with you is like we don't plan on bringing all these same questions exactly to the community. We think the four on the screen here are what are going to drive our public input on the land use and alternatives. Three are similar or the same as what we're discussing with you tonight. And then we've added the one I mentioned earlier, the real driver, which is what is the right mix of use and intensity in each change area in the city. Okay, I'm going to cover another land use foundation section. I think we paused for questions because we figured we want to cover certain material, stop to see if any clarifying questions, and then move on. So I'm going to speak to the land use foundations, then turn it to Derek and Matt for the economic and transportation perspectives. And I'm going to run through this really pretty quickly because I think you've seen much of it before. This is just to reinforce what Heather shared earlier. I limited this to things that just informed the land use alternatives, but it's much of the same list. I'm going to cover some of these things tonight, some quickly now, and a few in a bit more detail later in the presentation. As you know, in the fall of 2021, we had a significant amount of public input through pop-ups, workshops, area meetings, surveys, and all of it summarized kind of here in terms of what community input drove our thinking about land use change in Petaluma. I'm not going to go through each of these for you, but none of them should be new or unfamiliar. We also, based on the existing conditions work, kind of thought about like really what is our development envelope for the city of Petaluma. Largely, you're largely kind of constrained both by your tradition of progressive land use, establishing and maintaining an urban growth boundary, but also just by physical constraints, whether they're hazards, the need or desire to protect habitat and wildlife corridors, protect farmland, and also just be very cognizant of the impacts of flooding and sea level rise. So physically, your envelope's a bit limited. Based on all that, we started identifying areas of discussion. This was very much informed by area meetings we had with the public early on. Initially, just thinking about the level of evolution that we might see, and also kind of considering 4 different areas where we thought UGB expansion might be appropriate. As you'll see, we narrowed that down to just one. But we share this to show you how we were thinking initially about like where we expect to see change or where it might be appropriate. That then got integrated with lots of other thoughts about mobility, expansion areas, neighborhood character and design, flooding, sea level rise, and sustainability, lots of other factors, and tried to layer that all together to think about, identify a key strategies diagram to see how all the different aspects of a general plan should influence our land use thinking. We discussed these all with the GPAC in early 2022. And then we shifted into a what-if scenario phase where we wanted to play with some different settlement patterns and see what we got. And so we used a tool called Urban Footprint to do that. To do it well, we wanted to do an apples-to-apples comparison. So we came up with some initial projections of how many housing units we'd wanted to plan for, and roughly came up with 5,000 through 45, 2,000 were in the pipeline. So we basically did 3 scenarios where each accommodated 3,000 housing units. As a side note, we also know we need to accommodate a certain amount of non-residential development as well. We didn't play with that side of it in these particular what-if scenarios. So we did 3, and this is more akin to your traditional land use alternatives process. We looked at can we get all 3,000 units through a very intense core, and we showed that we could, largely in this center area around the city and in some redeveloped shopping areas. Then we also looked at an option where we put most of it in the corridors, and then a third option where we actually put all future housing development out of the Corona Smart Station. What was interesting in this exercise, it told us a lot about the pros and cons of each, but also demonstrated for us that the city has enough capacity, or could have enough capacity, to accommodate that projected growth through any one of these 3, which means we have a lot of flexibility to decide where do we really want that future growth, and don't need to feel so constrained by like really needing to squeeze out as much additional capacity as we can find. That's not really the challenge that the city is facing. We think there's opportunities to create the capacity that should accommodate future growth through a variety of different options, which is why we want to go to the community with options. Really the driving question, like how intense do you think it's appropriate for this place, so that we can get that right and then distribute this growth as appropriate across the city landscape. Little caveat here. So since we did that, there's since been some updated projections for the city and some localities. More and more people are thinking that the city and even maybe Sonoma County might lose population over the planning horizon for this plan. None of us really know, but it does, again, relieve some of the pressure sometimes we feel in these planning processes where we feel like, oh my goodness, we better make sure we have plenty of capacity to accommodate all this projected growth. We can be a little more relaxed about that, I think, and really focus more on what is the right intensity and mix of use in different parts of the city of Petaluma. And we will test to make sure it does provide sufficient capacity, but that shouldn't be the driver for these conversations. And then at the same time, we're also doing the housing element. I know you were intimately involved in that, and obviously the identification of opportunity sites and the confirmation of pipeline projects influenced heavily our thinking about future land use change as well. Luckily, the city did not have to rezone to accommodate its arena, and so we use this more in terms of understanding where we anticipate growth, and then in addition to that, where else the city might want to grow. You've seen this information before, so I'm going to just cover it very quickly. You're familiar with this flood map, which was based on recent modeling the city commissioned. This is that 3.4-foot end of century low probability SLR map that we thought was the most appropriate to inform our thinking of a long-range plan for the city of Petaluma. We worked hard with Sherwood, who was very involved in the flood modeling, to think through what does this all mean from a land use policy perspective, and came up with this 5-point framework for thinking about that. And I'll show you a map that indicates these areas in a second, but we really have kind of an avoid, protect, adapt, and accommodate and realign approach. We're thinking there are some areas in the city where it's appropriate just to try to avoid projected flooding and sea level rise, particularly in the upper stretches of the Petaluma River area. There are other areas that we know may be impacted by future sea level rise and flooding that we think just need to be protected, and that's been the approach for most cities for several decades. And Petaluma has a long history of doing that. And we think it's very appropriate to continue that in certain parts of the city, particularly in the core. You have such high value and important historic assets in the city core that even though parts of it are projected to be impacted by flooding and sea level rise, that it's worth the investment to protect that core. Other areas where flooding may be a little harder to project, but it may be possible, where an adaptation or accommodation approach may be more appropriate, where the onus, as has historically been the case, is put on the landowner or developer to do site-specific improvements that accommodate the flooding. And then there's this open question of whether there are certain parts of the city where we actually may need to de-intensify or realign uses because either they're There's not a tremendous amount of high-value development there currently or projected to be there, and the expense of protecting it would be prohibitive. And so here are the areas: upstream, core, corridors, 15-minute centers, and Corona area with their associated suggested strategy and secondary strategy. And here's how it's then displays on a map. Area 1 being the upper part of the river, as I mentioned, is the avoid and realign, protect and adapt, and the areas highlighted in the heavy black ink, primarily the core near the river and the downtown area, and the existing development at the outlets. Other areas more appropriate for adaptation, don't require significant flood protection investments, and then a few areas where we might want to just avoid future intensification. We share this because it informed our thinking about the land use alternatives, but we recognize there's a lot in here and are happy to discuss this in more detail as it relates to land use choices. So that's the land use and flood resilience context. I'm now going to pass it over to Derek to explain to us how market analysis also informed our thinking about future land use.
Thank you, Ron. My name is Derek Braun. I'm a principal with Strategic Economics. Thanks for the opportunity to present here tonight and also for your service to the community. I really appreciate it. So as Ron said, the land use alternatives are also informed by economic, market, and fiscal analysis that we've been performing throughout the general plan project. You might recall that in 2021, we published an economic and market assessment report that's available on the general plan website. And then in 2023, we also published reports describing the results of 2 analyses, both related to housing. One focused on affordable housing opportunities and policy, and the other one on the financial feasibility of higher intensity housing development in Petaluma. So I'm going to start with the sort of economic and market analysis results that are relevant to this conversation tonight. And what this really is about is we focused on what are Petaluma's key strengths that are going to drive a lot of its future opportunities. And so just to pick out a few of these, the city has a very highly educated population, great accessibility on Highway 101, a balance of export and household-oriented industries, including a lot of manufacturing jobs in the city as well, related to agriculture, food, medical devices, and a variety of smaller technology businesses. So in looking forward at some of the opportunities for the city, we're really seeing that there's a way to sort of mix in housing to address multiple needs, to ensure access to retail and services is available for all residents in Petaluma quite readily and easily. That includes those 15-minute neighborhood concepts. Leveraging the current and future smart stations to attract businesses and residents based on the accessibility of those areas. They're logical places to concentrate some future activity. There are opportunities to accommodate growth of manufacturing and distribution businesses, especially in some of the business parks. To reinforce downtown and its role as a North Bay destination for shopping, dining, entertainment, and tourism. And then also to diversify the uses within the shopping centers and commercial districts in Petaluma. So on the next slide, I'm going to get into a little bit more detail about some of those ideas by walking through each sort of major land use that we looked at. So on the housing front, we found that there is strong demand in Petaluma for both single-family and multifamily housing. However, there are some financial feasibility challenges right now with market rate, higher density housing when you're looking at 4 stories and up in the city. At the current moment, it's not financially feasible in Petaluma due to high regional construction costs and then lower local rents and sales prices per square foot compared to some other core Bay Area communities. But that's not to say that this opportunity doesn't exist in the future. And so in looking at where there might be some of that opportunity, we're seeing that lies in the higher, in the infill locations, such as downtown, near the smart stations, and near existing amenities. These are places where there's going to be strong demand for housing in the future. They're places where you can potentially reduce costly parking provision on site to some extent because of the walkability and the transit access of those places. And I don't want to lose sight of the fact that there are also, of course, a number of households in the city who need access to deed-restricted affordable housing to address the city's workforce needs. And so other tools be needed to ensure that that gets produced. On the retail part of the analysis, Petaluma is a retail destination for the North Bay and Sonoma County. Downtown Petaluma really is that unique, thriving retail dining and entertainment district. But at the same time, the city has a number of shopping centers that might potentially need what we're kind of referring to as retail pruning in the future, some repositioning of the existing shopping centers to modernize them, to create more vibrant districts, and also to address the impacts of e-commerce now and in the future, as we're seeing sort of there's a split need happening now for daily needs, retail uses, and then also there's the more sort of e-commerce proof specialty retailers, restaurants, entertainment, recreation, those kinds of retailers as well. So there's some need for reinvestment in existing centers, potentially mixing in different uses, increasing the vibrancy, and creating some additional community gathering places within Petaluma. The overall demand growth for retail is likely to be limited in the future. There will probably be some with household growth, but at this point, the total square feet per person needed in retail is declining over time because of the impacts of e-commerce. So it's about targeting the types of uses instead. For industrial land uses, there's actually very strong demand for industrial land use in Petaluma. But when I say industrial, I'm talking about sort of the mix of flex office industrial buildings that you find in a lot of those industrial and business parks, such as along McDowell Boulevard and Lakeville Highway in northern and southern Petaluma. These business parks are able to accommodate a variety of different uses. It's not just office. It's not just light industrial or distribution. They can bring a lot of those uses into the same district. And so these are really going to be future growth and employment growth opportunities in the future. There are some challenges, though. The growth is somewhat constrained by the lack of opportunity sites at those really prime locations that are near Highway 101 that provides both commute access and goods movement access. So working within the urban growth boundary is something that we have to really look closely at. And then for office, historically, Petaluma has not been an especially strong office market, especially since the early 2000s. However, there will be some demand growth driven by professional services, medical office, technology, business headquarters. Kind of some unique opportunities might arise. And in the future, what we're really thinking about are those opportunities near the smart stations where you can really have great commute access, and they might be some high potential areas for future office development. Last but not least, hotel uses. There's been a very steady demand over time, growth in demand over time for hotel uses, both in Sonoma County and Petaluma, with the market in Petaluma driven sort of split between wine country tourism and business travelers that are accessing destinations on Highway 101. And so, the strongest opportunities that we see, given that breakdown of demand, are near downtown and sites near Highway 101. And you can kind of see this pattern playing out with where hotels are in the city today. I'm going to change directions here a little bit. So that was all kind of economic and market context. And now I want to talk for a moment about the connection between land use and the city's ability to provide services. That is, what the connection between land use and fiscal resources for the city. So when we make land use decisions and think about how the city grows, that business and development activity that comes along with that, increased tax revenues that support city services, and then also come with demands on city services as well. And looking at the city's primary revenue sources within taxes, they are property tax, sales, and use tax. There's also the Measure U sales tax fund, and then charges for services. The largest expenditures from Petaluma's general fund, which is the primary unrestricted fund for the city, are the police department, fire department, so that's not unusual, public safety, and then also general government services. So these different land uses really contribute to those different city revenues. And so the table on the right here simply lists out the tax revenue sources and the primary contributors by land use to those sources. So of course, a lot of these commercial uses, retail, hotel, that's where you get the sales tax, the transient occupancy tax. So generally speaking, employment-based uses generate net positive revenues, and residential uses can tend to be around neutral, sometimes negative impacts on a general fund for any community, including Petaluma. Now, in thinking about the implications of this for the alternatives today, what we're seeing is that because the alternatives don't have a really wide range of total uses built into them, there's not likely to be a whole lot of distinctions as we make these decisions about what happens in the small areas of the city. So down the road, as the preferred alternative gets settled, we will perform a fiscal impact analysis to look at the net revenue impacts of growth on the city's general fund. But at this stage, I think there's still some decisions to be made. The other point I just want to emphasize is it is important to think about, where and how much non-residential use is being accommodated because of this connection in making it possible for the city to then provide resident services. I think with that, I'm going to turn this over to Matt Ridgway from Fair and Peers.
Thank you, Derek. My name is Matthew Ridgway. I'm a principal with Fair and Peers here in the Petaluma office, and I'm going to talk to you about transportation. I feel like a little context is helpful in just setting the groundwork that things you already know. Petaluma is not the center of the San Francisco Bay Area, and it is a pretty suburban location. And so its transportation characteristics are in line with sort of those two context elements. And those include things like most people drive for most trips in the city of Petaluma. So 84% of residents. I'm sorry, I put my mouth closer. I'm sorry about that. Most people drive for trips in Petaluma. 84% of residents' primary mode of transportation is driving alone, and 90% if you include those that carpool. And that's really just a function of the land use pattern that is here. It's a relatively low density land use pattern throughout the city, and especially on the east side of the freeway. And it also has some pretty significant barriers to walking and cycling through much of the city. I live just north of downtown and work downtown and walk for most trips, but that's a pretty small area of Petaluma, and I think one of the few where it's really easy and convenient and pleasant to make that mode of your transportation. Next slide. But there's hope. These are trip lengths from the Sonoma County Transportation Authority travel demand model, and you can see that the bulk of the travel, or there's a large percentage of travel that are short distance trips. So a third of trips are less than 2 miles in length. These are trips that are really great targets for getting people to walk and to bicycle. And as you increase the density, so we'll talk a lot about density today, as you increase the density, especially of the areas that Ron was talking about earlier, those sort of core areas, you'll get more and more short distance trip possibilities and more opportunities to have people walk and bike for a larger portion of their travel. And then the other reason beyond just wanting to get better transportation options within the city of Petaluma to really focus on transportation as a solution is that transportation represents the lion's share, 2/3 of the greenhouse gas emissions that are emitted in the city of Petaluma are from mobile source or on-road devices. So you do have a pretty aggressive plan around Senate Bill 743, which relates to limiting greenhouse gas emissions and measuring vehicle miles traveled per capita as a basis for assessing transportation impacts, as opposed to the traditional use of level of service that tries to get reductions of VMT per capita, which is a measure essentially of transportation efficiency, down by 16.8%. And that's a great goal. Next slide. Yeah, you also have a really aggressive set of policy objectives that were talked a little bit about tonight, and they're really ambitious, both around alternative modes, around improving connectivity, but also around sort of other programs that would encourage more people to walk and bike and to use transit. The most effective of all of those, so this slide presents a whole bunch of those different types of strategies, but the most effective of those are land use strategies. You can do all you can to encourage people to use alternative transportation modes, but really putting land uses adjacent to where people want to walk and ride so that they can make those trips on short distance and safe facilities is really the key the key and most effective measure for increasing the amount of people who are walking and riding. So you can see the top left of this that are both high effectiveness as well as low cost are things around increasing the density of land uses, and then diversity, which is just a measure of how many different types of uses are in an area, so that people can accomplish as many trips as possible within a short distance. just to drive home the point about density, this is a graph that essentially has the relative vehicle miles traveled on the left axis, and then on the bottom axis is the housing units per square mile. And Matt Goyne, who's the project manager for this, I'm just filling in, has plotted a number of agencies along this line. And so you can essentially see that as the density of housing goes up, the amount of VMT per capita goes down. And it's a pretty predictable pattern. In fact, the agency that you're probably closest to is the city of Davis, which is comparable in land use density, and I suspect probably the era in which it was built, and having a core downtown that's very walkable and so forth. And you can see that they've been pretty successful in deviating from that sort of predictable line around the relationship between vehicle miles traveled and density. But even Davis is pretty close to the line. The density really is the defining factor in how many trips and sort of the trip efficiency that you're likely to get. And I think it's important to point out that Davis has a 25% bicycle mode share. That is, if it only isn't cited in the United States as the highest location for bicycle mode share because it's small enough of an agency that it doesn't sort of make the categories of big cities in the U.S. So it is to be envied in terms of its bike culture and so forth. And even with that tremendous success, they're pretty close to the line in terms of VMT per capita. And so the point being that density is just such a good predictor of transportation efficiency. You also have very significant ambitions around carbon neutrality, and I think that's wonderful. But I do want to point out that the level of ambition is quite impressive. So you are assuming essentially, in order to meet your ambitious climate action goals, you're assuming that you are going to get 50% of all travel to occur outside of an automobile. At present, you have, as we talked about earlier, about 10% of your travel taking place outside of an automobile. And then under the actual carbon neutral alternative, you're looking at about 75% of all travel in the city of Petaluma taking place outside of an automobile. So I just want to, I'm not suggesting these are your goals. These are your goals. I'm reading to you from your own reports, and I just want to make the point that these are very ambitious. And the other strategies that are out on that side are just around reimagining the design of the transportation network to make it more multimodal, safer, healthier. So there is some things you can do around demand management and also around just providing safe, accessible, especially bike, ped, and transit facilities. I think I'm turning it back over to Ron at this point, but this is essentially the land use program. And then again, it sort of drives home the point about where it is density is going to be the most effective in terms of what we call location efficiency, areas where you're going to get the most bang for the buck for non-auto modes from developing within those areas.
Thank you, both Derek and Matthew. And the original title of this slide was All Roads Lead to, just to make the silly segue from the transportation speaker. But no, really, to reinforce the point, again, whether we looked at it from kind of a land use, community vision perspective, flood resilience, market demand, getting VMT down, making the city more walkable, bikeable, everything kept pointing to these areas on this map. I think you've heard it from different perspectives. We didn't, play with results Derek had found 3 years ago. We simply highlighted what at that time was already pointing to this approach. And Matthew's comments really suggesting that not only should we keep development in infill, but the extent to which you can intensify and densify, the better you're going to be able to achieve those ambitious carbon goals. So we're going to pause here before we take a deeper dive into some of these specific areas to see if you have any questions about all of those foundational analyses and community input that drove us coming to this conclusion.
Roger?
In the economic discussion, I didn't really hear any economics that define the 15-minute retail centers. And I'm from a real estate background on a large project where the first villages, they built retail as a center of the community. They went to Europe and said, it works in Europe, so it's got to work here. They are not, the 3 villages later, they stopped doing that because all the traffic was at the corner of the intersection of the arterial highways. So I'm not sure how real that is or how naive we are in terms of thinking 15-minute centers are going to work. I've got a market in my neighborhood. It's mostly liquor and lotto tickets. There's one on Bodega Boulevard. It's mostly liquor and lotto tickets. So I'm not really clear the reality behind the 15-minute.
Thank you, and that's a good point. If we're talking about having some areas of the city transition to more of these 15-minute neighborhoods, we have to have a robust and realistic sort of real estate understanding and strategy behind that. And so I think everything that you just raised is going to be important to pay attention to. I mean, first of all, as we know, there's a lot of shopping centers in which particular tenants have control over what happens in that shopping center. And there are also different leases in those shopping centers. And there are shopping centers that depend on their visibility and their automobile traffic access in order to succeed. And so, with the effort behind creating the 15-minute neighborhoods, we need to also keep in mind being targeted about which shopping centers might make the most sense or which locations might make the most sense for that. If they are places that are underutilized, underperforming, maybe that these are private property owners making their own decisions. And so, there are steps that can be taken to help them re-envision what might be possible. Potentially there are incentives that could be provided. But at the end of the day, we have to make sure that there's still, if there's going to be retail included, that retail will be visible, accessible, and have enough critical mass to still succeed. And, to the extent we might be talking about in some locations about some of the parking lots transitioning to other uses, it would need to be, of course, a situation in which there is excess parking that could be reused for those kinds of uses. There are also benefits to introducing a diversity of uses in some of these areas. Having that built-in residential base provides that walkable accessibility, adds additional rooftops to the area that is within sort of the retail trade area of those shopping centers. And so, your point is very well taken. And these are things that we're going to continue to think about and try to make sure that we have the right policy direction on should, the 15-minute cities concept continue to play itself out.
Thank you, Derek. Could I just add briefly? Those are excellent points, Derek. And I should add that we also have a retail specialist on our team, and he worked very closely with Derek and our land use folks, looking very hard at each potential 15-minute center. And I think you got the SDAT report. A lot of different centers were considered. We did look at them very analytically, both from a land use lens. We actually looked at the characteristics of each shopping center and its potential for development or redevelopment. We have oodles of analysis specific to that. We're not going to go into that in a great deal tonight. We're going to just kind of touch the surface. But just so you know, we've been thinking about a lot of those same questions and don't want to just assume if we zone it, things will change. We understand that not only do we need to pick the right areas from a market perspective, we then do need to provide the right enabling land use policy. But then we're also going to need to complement land use change or land use policy with other mixes of incentives, public investments potentially. It's going to have to be kind of a holistic approach if the city really wants certain centers in the city to develop and become more of a neighborhood hub and place in which people can meet their everyday needs. We're not being naive about this in terms of just assuming if we change the land use on the map, something magical is going to happen. So that's a really, really important point. So I appreciate the question.
Darren?
Thank you. And I will try not to get too lost in the weeds and just kind of focus on some overarching questions. I think one of my big ones, when we look at the VMT frameworks, some of the early work on this, I think, occurred before some regulatory changes when it came to electric vehicles. Just if we know, how are VMT metrics impacted by the upcoming wave of kind of electric car regulations in California? Do these current calculations assume gas-powered vehicles, I would guess? So that's question one. Do we know how upcoming changes to the complexion of our vehicle fleet in California changes, the impacts, I guess, of VMT, and then how those metrics dictate climate goals and things like that.
I think, so VMT per capita is just vehicle miles travel. I think what you're getting at is greenhouse gas emissions from the vehicle miles of travel. And we have predictions of what the vehicle fleet would made up of in different forecast years. And you're right, there is increasingly a larger share of vehicles that are electrified. There's also assumptions in here about the source of where those vehicles are drawing electricity and whether those are clean power plants or not clean power plants. So we do try to track it back not just to what the specific vehicle is emitting, but where it's actually getting its in the event that it's an electric vehicle, where it's getting its electricity, and the level of greenhouse gas emissions from that source. So there is information. I don't have the specifics off the top of my head about sort of what those assumptions are, but that is all baked in. I will just say that there's a lot. I'm a big fan of electric vehicles, and I think they offer great promise. They do not solve some of the other problems that you need to solve from a transportation perspective in terms of just use of space within an urban context. And so I think there's a lot of thought that electric vehicles are somehow going to a panacea for transportation and emissions, and I will say I'm not a subscriber to that viewpoint.
Great. And right in that vein, I noticed a piece there about doing land use changes to support transit. And hearing a lot of the GPAC discussion around this land use topic, transit seems to be at the core, especially when we talk about significant mode shift. Transit seems to be a big piece of that puzzle. Do we have any ability? I mean, I can't off the top of my head think of the kind of key land use changes that would happen that would make a transportation network more affordable or easier. I mean, it seems like it's just going to be a big investment to set that up, and it will have benefits that reach some of these goals. But yeah, do we have any information on what land use changes could help incentivize or help Petaluma build a robust transit network?
Well, I would say building land uses along your transit corridors is probably the first and foremost, and I think that's essentially what the diagram that Ron put up shows. So the more people you can get in close proximity to the transit lines that you have. There was a really great presentation that Know Before You Grow, Urban Chat hosted with Jarrett Walker, really sort of driving home this point that about if we can get a highly concentrated amount of transit on key corridors in Petaluma, then we can start operating bus service at 15 minutes or more frequently, so that you don't have to understand the schedule of the bus. You just know I'm going to go out there and I'm not going to wait more than 15 minutes for a bus. So I would say that's the most the sort of clearest one, and again, getting back to that idea of location efficiency. All the areas that are identified in the graph or the map that Ron put up are those that have that kind of a location efficiency characteristic.
I would also add that there's, outside of just the land use diagram, there's lots of the policies in the framework of other ways to get more people using transit, to identify changes in transit like microtransit. So you're getting people on demand or where they need to go not on a long route where they might have to go the whole route, but from the fairgrounds to downtown, or those kind of things. So I think again it's that relationship to both what the land use diagram might show as the allowable land uses, and then it being supported by all the other stuff that we are doing, plan to do, want to do, to further support that.
And you read my mind with microtransit. I love that idea to service a lot of the neighborhoods that we have. So I'll look forward to that. And then just the last quick question. This could be, I think it's mostly about housing. I'm guessing implicit in here, maybe this is a policy thing. We're looking at changing development impact fees, based on number of units instead of size of units. I think that was a piece of low-hanging fruit. Things like that, I'm assuming, are going to be explicated or expanded on in here.
Yeah, so there are a number of things that we pulled out as programs in our housing element, and the timing of them, a number of them are to coordinate with the general plan, the new zoning ordinance. We will be updating. We need to update all of our nexus studies for our impact fees. We did do significant changes. I think it was last year to our development impact fees, specifically for affordable projects, 100% affordable, where there was a number of the fees that are no longer applicable. We have some discounts for, I think it's senior housing projects, senior affordable housing, where reduced fees. ADUs, anything under, I think, is 750 square feet don't have fees. So we've done things incrementally, but you will be seeing more of those coming.
Great. Thank you for that. And then the final piece, this is just a comment on the public engagement process. I know we have the May 11th Plan Fest. I was inspired recently by, I believe it was a coordination, Veronica and Know Before You Grow had David Baker Architects in town. One thing they said that stuck with me was meeting people where they are with engagement. Do we have any smaller style charrettes planned? Has the city maybe already done this? Reached out to stakeholder groups like the chamber or groups like that to elicit, just kind of go and meet people and elicit feedback? Or is anything like that planned? It might be too unwieldy, but.
Well, I'll just touch on some of the things we have done. We have done a lot of that. So we did quadrant meetings. We went to the chamber and did presentations. We went to the farmers market. We went to the library and did some things. So we have done a number of those in addition to online opportunities and big community meetings. And so really trying to touch on all of those. And then maybe Ron can talk about some of the future planning.
Yeah, so we're really looking at two near-term sets of engagement. Right now, we're focused on the policy framework specifically. And because it's a very technical exercise, we're relying, not uniquely certainly, but largely on the expertise you have in your committees, commissions, and boards, as well as in your GPAC. And the GPAC working groups were specifically designed to include all the other key stakeholder groups, interest groups that are focusing on all the different topic areas in the city. We know Petaluma is an extremely active and well-informed community, and so we devised that working group approach so that GPAC members, which would be outside the capacity of the planning team to do, can reach into the community, connect with folks who are tracking on these issues, whether it's through Know Before You Grow or otherwise, and get that input within those existing conversations. So that's the framework side. When we get to the land use community discussion, we're again going to have area meetings, and that's very much where it applies the go to where they are. We'll go into specific communities, whether it's the central business district or predominantly single family neighborhoods on the east side or wherever, and talk to them at that space where the land use change interfaces with the policy and the policy framework, and in the context of the place that people know best, their own neighborhoods, right? And then we'll complement that also with citywide workshops, surveys, a lot of the other tools that we're in the habit of using consistently as well. Does that answer your question?
That does. And we can't compel participation, but obviously this is something so important, a scope so vast, every opportunity we can to get people involved is great. Thank you.
Go ahead,
Commissioner, before we go on, I just wanted to also point out that that very tight, important relationship between transportation and land use is evidenced in the ad hoc committee reviews, where the mobility transportation draft framework is being reviewed not just by PBAC and the Climate Action Commission for their purposes, but also by the Planning Commission to look at that relationship with land use alternatives.
Council member?
I just appreciated both Darren and Roger's comments, because 15-minute neighborhoods, when you look at one side of town to the other, it's very different. And, so you're looking at how do you do it on the east side, and it's definitely more complex than on the west side because it's kind of set up that way. And so I think it is, a discussion we're really going to have to talk about how you can really implement that, can you, and where, and and that's through land use, obviously, because it's harder to retrofit in single-family neighborhoods. It's easier to retrofit on the west side because that type of development was here in the past, and those buildings are still there, but the businesses are not. So I appreciate both commissioners' comments. And then the other thing is on like the economic future. It's so where is the economics going to go as far as like retail, and versus the need for like our downtown, just to enhance the downtown so we get more people down there for so people will shop in our town, and the balance between hotels and economics in specifically the downtown is going to kind of drive even the economics for the town and where we go and how much tax dollars we bring in. And I just think we just need to be open to really looking at the economics and the future economics, because it's so different than it was even, 5 years ago. You can see a big difference. And, Petaluma, we have all these shopping centers, that have a lot of vacancies. And there's, just a lot of economic dollars that were projected that we're not receiving today. So I just want to be careful, making sure that we really understand the economics for the long term. And I know that's not always easy because it's changing so much, but that's important.
Thank you. Before I get into, I did have a few questions, but I did want to ask, I know there's more of this presentation to go, but I know you wanted us to really evaluate the questions on slide 19. It's kind of a gut check. Did you want us to go into that now or wait until the end of the presentation?
Great question. We're going to hold those to the end of the presentation. Okay. And just so you know, we had planned a short break at this point after these questions, a short break, because the next we're going to dive in, Troy in particular is going to dive into the more meaty side of all these land use areas of change and 15-minute centers. So if you'd like to take this after questions are done, we could take that break, or we could continue.
We'll do the break after questions. Absolutely. Right. I think I've already gotten a few texts since this started. So, but I did want to ask, just to delay the break a little bit. I thought it was really interesting the finding that you had, at least the economic finding for these mixed-use industrial areas and the increased demand for that. Was there a cap on the level of activity? I know, having spoken with quite a few business owners who've left, who had like kind of large freight operations, they kept running into an issue of they'd grow their business, they'd get distribution, they'd get kind of that mixed-use element, and then right at a certain scale, they've gone to Rohnert Park. And I'm wondering, is that something that's popped up in your review for the kind of industrial sites we need, or has it been more of what we have so far?
I don't think I have a really specific answer to that question. It's not surprising if there were sites available in another community like Rohnert Park, if the expansion of those businesses got to a point at which they saw an opportunity for an existing property where they could move into it really quickly, and it had the size and the configuration they needed and just a little bit of retrofit work, then it's a logical move for that company. And so, to some extent, it might come down to just the limited supply of what's already built in Petaluma, and whether or not a company is willing to make the large investment in a large sort of multi-use campus in order to build something from scratch, when perhaps there was something built previously in another community that has now been vacated, and they could take that over. I think it does speak to the general sort of strength of demand for those kinds of flexible use campuses and districts and buildings. But yeah, that's about as detailed as I can answer right now.
Oh, that's fair. And then for the demand for industrial zones, and part of it was because I must confess, having gone through this ahead of time, I focused a lot more on housing until you tipped into the industrial zone. Is at least at the current moment, is the sentiment to expand offerings that we have to kind of branch out from where they are currently in the city in terms of land use alternatives, or really just to double down where we already have that zoning?
Want me to take that? We touched on this briefly earlier, just noting that based on Derek's analysis, we know we need to make sure we have enough capacity for that anticipated future demand. It's been an open question since we began this process where that really should be. The Lakeville area is, for all intents and purposes, largely built out.
Yeah.
We know so Derek, correct me if I speak incorrectly, but we know people need easy access to 101. So there's only certain locations within the city where it's going to be appropriate to provide that additional capacity. So without doing urban expansion further out Lakeville, that kind of pointed us to either areas of the downtown core or out near the future Corona Smart Station.
Right.
It's that latter that we're currently leaning towards, and Troy will touch on this a bit more when talking about that area specifically. But it's a very important question that's very top of mind for us. Yeah, as you said, often we start with the housing and think about those settlement patterns, but cannot forget the need for adequate capacity for non-residential uses.
Well, and the reason why it's been a little more top of mind for me lately is just we're noticing in my day job, we're noticing that when we're trying to figure out economic opportunities for folks that aren't, like, there's nothing wrong with retail, but in terms of incomes that your city's producing where folks are likely to live in that city and then work in that city, these kind of jobs, there's the most diversity of jobs outside of, say, an office park, where realistically we're still seeing huge commutes from one community to an office center. So it came to mind when we were talking about the greenhouse gas emissions and the reduction of transit, how great it is in a weird way that there's high demand for that right now, because it's a golden opportunity for us economically. I will not dwell on this anymore because you've certainly answered my question. The other question I had, it also related back to VMT, because SB 743 certainly changed a lot of things for everybody, especially when it came to CEQA and how parking's considered. I appreciated that in the presentation so far. You've already brought up the focus on density, not for the sake of density, but for the sake of reducing trips. I was wondering, when I saw where you had cores on the map, cores versus corridors, I was a little perplexed until you brought that up. I was just wondering if some of the selection was specifically based in either proactively trying to address VMT or trying to backfill by reducing trips in certain areas because of VMT. And mind you, if this is going to be discussed in more detail in the next presentation, feel free to say that, and then we can end it here. Oh, well then, you know what? I'm good. I will save my questions for later. I'm good. And
I just have one comment to make. And yesterday at SCTA, we were looking at some graphs, and Petaluma's population is down almost like 3,000. And so, we were looking at, other cities. And so, as we're looking at, general plan, and we're looking at all this housing, and, you are kind of questioning what is the population going to do? Is it going to continue going down, or is it going to level off and then rise again? And so I'm watching that, to see, because it really impacts decisions that we make, so.
All right. Well, with that, we will take does a 5-minute break sound good to everybody? With that, we'll take a 5-minute break, and we'll be back in 5 minutes. Thank you, everyone. I'm going to call us back to order. And I'm going to say that it was 5 minutes, even though it was longer than 5 minutes. I did want, because we do have quite a bit, I'm guessing, to come. Is anybody here specifically wanting to give public comment on this item? Would they appreciate having public comment come a little sooner? Or is everybody here for the long haul? So the long haul it is. We will go straight into the second presentation. Take us away.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for that break. Just a little preview of where we're headed from here. So we're going to finish some of the higher level piece, first talking very briefly about 15-minute centers. We could spend an entire session just on that topic, but we're going to touch on it very briefly. And then summarize the direction or recommendations or suggestions we got from GPAC. And then break for another quick set of clarifying questions, because from there, Troy's going to go into the slightly more detailed area by area explanation of what drove our thinking about it, considerations, and the types of potential change we're going to ask the public about. And I think midstream, because there's several different areas, we'll also plan to stop for questions midway. And then he'll wrap that up, and then questions again for clarification, and then we'll get into the discussion. Are we all on the same page?
I think so. I mean, having questions by topic, I think, is ideal. Otherwise, folks are going to lose track of where they're going.
Okay.
So.
And if we go too long before breaking for questions, don't hesitate to let us know. But it looks like so far we've done a pretty good job of hitting them at the right time. So at this point, I'm going to pass it off to Troy Reinhalter, who is one of our most senior land use specialists in the firm, who's taken the lead on much of this land use work. And he'll talk to you more about the 15-minute centers in each of the areas we're looking at.
All right. Let me know if you, yep, it's very sensitive. Okay. I'll try to stay close to the mic here. Let me know if you have any trouble hearing me in the back. Thank you, Ron. Thank you, commissioners. Excited to be here. Of course, as a land use planner, this is my favorite committee. But I'm excited to bring you guys a little bit into the inside view of our planning work we've been doing, really in earnest for the last 2 years or so. So excited to, hear your questions and comments. But really, what we're here today is to kind of make sure that we're on the right track as far as the land use areas we're looking at, as far as the conversations we want to have with the public next. So as Ron said, I'll begin with a little overview of the 15-minute city. What do we mean by this, and how do we achieve it? Sort of in response to what Roger was discussing earlier about some of the challenges that we might face in trying to implement a 15-minute city. So when we say 15-minute city, what we mean is a city that's made up of walkable neighborhoods where residents can meet these essential daily needs, groceries, services, gathering, healthcare, transit, etc. Can meet those needs within a 15-minute walk of their home. And we think of this as being achieved through kind of 4 prongs or 4 main strategies. The first one is the centers of activity. So we talked about a little bit that earlier, but we'll revisit that, and we'll talk specifically about the centers that we're proposing to implement. The second strategy is that our neighborhoods, as we've talked about, evolve to include more housing options, a diversity of middle density housing options, not just low density housing. So that complements the centers of activity by infilling and densifying these neighborhoods. Complementing the residential increase in density is also an increase in the types of activities that occur in these neighborhoods. So retail shops, maker activities, infiltrating those uses into our neighborhoods. So that also supports this idea of easier access to amenities and goods. And then finally, we support through the other chapters and the other aspects of the plan, mobility, facilities, infrastructure. We support the centers that we've identified with these other necessary components to creating places and gathering activity. So taking a look at the map, these are the centers that we've identified. I'll talk in a sec about the different classifications. We have 3 classifications of centers going from sort of small, medium to large. I'll talk through some of these in more detail as we walk through the areas of change, but I'm happy to take questions on the whole map. I think some of you were familiar with the SSTAT process, the planning process. This is in large part building upon that process. I think you'll see a lot of the same sites reflected. We've added a few and again added this on a classification to try to get at the differences in character that we want to see in these centers. They're not all going to be the same type of place. And as we'll talk through in the alternatives, some of these areas could use changes in the land use regulation. They might need to be allowed to be higher or more intense. Some of these centers already have the rules that they need, but they need other things like the other improvements, parks, transit, et cetera, to really activate and make these centers fulfill the vision that I think Roger was speaking to earlier. So as I said, there's sort of 3 classifications here that we're proposing, again, open to feedback here. The largest and most significant is the town center. When we say 15 minutes, that's generally, we're talking about a 3/4 mile. That's about how far an average person walks in 15 minutes. These centers might grab a little bit more than a 3/4 mile because of their size and intensity. The town center is a major destination. Ideally, it's near the highest frequency of transit. It's generally a larger scale, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 stories. And it's, again, more intense, more active, has more housing, has more employment compared to the next center, which we are calling a neighborhood center. This, I think, is more of the corner store, a gathering place. It could be a mix of live work or other types of uses. It's a smaller scale. It's only a few stories, and it's smaller in geographic size and activity level. Then the lowest level is what we call a park or a mini center. These are existing city parks or other city-owned properties where the community and the planning staff have identified opportunities to add concessions, stands, food trucks, or other kinds of programming that would activate these spaces, not in the same way as these larger centers, but still as an important part of the distributed activity network. Yeah, let's just go on the map, sure. So kind of just a quick overview of the map here. We've got number 1 up here in the northwest that identifies a potential town center that would occur alongside a potential expansion of the UGB for a Corona TOD station area. Number 2 is a neighborhood center at the Leghorn Marketplace. Number 3 is, again, a neighborhood center at the Deer Creek Village. Number 4 is a larger town center at Washington Square, adjacent to McDowell Elementary. Number 5, a neighborhood center at adjacent to Casa Grande High School and the vacant property. Number 6 is the Lucky's site, the Town and Country Shopping Center, and the surrounding Magnolia and Petaluma Boulevard intersection area. That's a large town center potential. Number 7 is the Washington and Lakeville or the downtown Smart Station sites that have yet to be developed that we see as a potential major town center. Similarly, the River Plaza, another existing shopping center that has big potential that we'll touch on later in the land use alternatives discussion. Number 9, a smaller neighborhood center at the location of the Creamery, which is the intersection of Western and Baker. Number 10, the school district's office located on the west side. Again, another smaller neighborhood center. Number 11, a neighborhood center at the site of the existing bowling alley and the adjacent Veterans Center. And number 12, a future neighborhood center along with a redevelopment of the River Park site, the former Skinnell site. So again, we'll touch on some of these as we go through the land use areas, because there's a strong relationship here between the decisions we make from a land use perspective at each of these areas and how this kind of fits together to an overall strategy of a 15-minute city.
Chair Hooper, I have a quick question. It seems like there's a center that's missing, and it's on the corner of Casa Grande and McDowell. There's an old little shopping center there, and I'm wondering why that wasn't included for some type of redevelopment.
Sure.
Chair, would you like us to, that's really central to discussion we were hoping to have with the PC. Do you want us to address that now or save it?
I can hold off.
As long as it's going to be addressed down the road.
Yeah, that's one of the central questions we have for the commission is, are these the right centers?
Right. Okay, I see what you're saying.
Got it.
All right. Fair enough.
Just jumping ahead. That's allowed. That's allowed. Okay, so then let's just back up a sec here in the process. As Ron and Heather explained earlier, we've been at this alternative work for some time, and we had 2 or 3 meetings with the GPAC this last fall and winter to solicit their input and their feedback on our proposed alternatives. So what you see here is kind of the product of some discussion and feedback that we received at GPAC, and I'll walk through some of their ideas. But first, I'll just talk about the areas that we've identified for land use alternative change. The first one here we've called the upstream and the downstream river adjacent areas. So you see obviously the area here that's upstream of the Weir to the city limits, and then the area down south of Lakeville Highway over by the marina. So those are the 2 areas in the upstream and downstream areas. The core, what we call the core here, we include parts of the historic downtown, parts of the downtown smart station adjacent areas, the historic agricultural industrial parcels, which I'll get into, and then the River Park site, the Scannell site on the east side there. The corridors that we're focusing on are, I think no one should be surprised by this, the south and north portions of Petaluma Boulevard, and then the East Washington corridor, all of these sort of within a core area. The 15-minute centers, as I kind of discussed earlier, we have across the city, we have Leghorn Marketplace, Western and Baker, Casa Grande, the bowling alley and the Veterans Center, the school district outlet, the outlets, the Lucky, the Town and Center, and then the Washington Square and Plaza North. And then the 5th area is the potential Corona Station UGB expansion and the surrounding areas that might be influenced by future development near the station on McDowell. So when we take a look at across these various areas, what we're asking the kind of committee and the community to consider here is that what we see as the sort of the foundational strategy here is that the city has a few areas that are near the river and that we think are best used for not for development, but rather for open space and flood retention. So the key strategy there is to de-intensify the allowed land uses. The areas where we would consider a greater intensity of land use and a greater mix of land uses are those 3 different areas which we've discussed, the core, the corridors, and the centers. And as Ron was sort of alluding to earlier, we don't feel like it's necessary to do it in all of these areas. I think we can achieve the goal. All of these development in all of these areas generally supports the goal of the city, which is the reduction of VMT, the reduction of GHG, the infill of the core and the central areas, the activation of key centers. So the question is not really how do we fit as much development as possible in these areas, but what is the character and the type of quality of life we want to see in each of these areas, keeping in mind that intensification might support that goal on this at the same time. Then looking beyond the core, the corridors, and the centers, and what mix of alternatives in that area we might consider, we then kind of have this side question, which is what to do about the land use adjacent to a future smart station, and how do we leverage that smart station for potential development, potential transit-oriented development. So those are kind of our key areas. And then as far as the GPAC had some very clear and consistent input for us, and sort of going area by area, starting with the upstream area here, there was a strong consensus to preserve an open space buffer along this river portion here, and similarly strong support for a community greenway and parkway concept that has been circulated. Moving to the core, there was a very strong agreement, which again we pointed to in our resilience sort of framework, which is that the downtown is an area that should be protected and should be invested with adaptation improvements and projects. We had potentially proposed land use change discussion in the warehouse area. The input from the GPAC was essentially to leave that area alone, that the sort of smart plan, smart code, and Central Petaluma specific plan are adequately regulated in that area, and we shouldn't look at that, any changes in the warehouse district. Looking at the Petaluma Boulevard North area, there was, again, agreement that we should talk to the community about potentially intensifying the Lucky site and also asking about some of the lower intensity mixed-use zoned areas around the Magnolia intersection, as we've identified here in the picture. Moving to Midtown, the GPAC was supportive of discussing the corridor, the East Washington corridor, with the community, and similarly discussing the future character and development at the Washington Square Shopping Center. Moving to the downstream area, there was a lot of interest and excitement in kind of discussing the future development and character of the what we called the former Skinnell, but is now the River Park owned site. There was consensus to leave the areas alone that are shown here in the purple north of the Lakeville Highway area. The GPAC thought that land use regulations there were good as they are. And then moving to the potential UGB expansions, there was interest in talking about and exploring the concept of expansion near the station, in large part to support transit and develop near the station. We got a strong consensus to not consider a UGB expansion in the area by the southern Lakeville Highway area here, which you can see kind of at the edge, the eastern edge of the city. So we had floated that sort of concept by the GPAC, and there was sort of unanimous consent to take that off the table for discussion with the public. Oops, sorry.
So we thought it would be helpful. We had originally planned on doing more detailed economic and transportation analysis of alternatives slightly later in the process, but thought given that we were fairly clear about the areas in which we think we'd like to invite conversation around change, we thought it'd be helpful to do some of that now. And so luckily Fair and Peers in pretty short order was able to do some accessibility analysis for us to test really what would happen if we combined the planned improvements in the bike and ped network considered in the active transportation plan with intensification in these areas that Troy just identified. So at this point, I'm going to turn it back over to Matthew and have him explain a little bit about the methodology used, but most importantly, summarize for you the findings of that accessibility analysis.
And I think this can be pretty quick, and I'll try to speak directly into the mic. Apologies for not doing so earlier. The green dots are the activity centers that Troy just went over, and then you'll see that there's a sort of a explosion of blue going out from around those. Those are essentially showing the areas that are essentially within a walking distance to those activity centers. And you can see, because you have a pretty good grid of streets, especially west of the freeway, that there's a pretty high level of accessibility to many of those locations. That again reinforces that these are the good locations to focus on intensifying land use. And there's not a lot of change that's introduced as a result of network changes. The Caulfield Bridge makes a big difference in terms of improving accessibility in one of the activity centers on the southern portion. But by and large, the increased area of blue from the left, which is 2019, and the right, which is a projection of 2040, is related more to the intensification of the land use program than it is to any network changes that would take place within those areas. Next slide. So those slides really, and I'm going to ask you to just sort of flip back and forth to just for a second, if you don't mind. Those slides, this one is really just about, can you get there from here, but with no recognition about whether it is a pleasant experience to get there from here. And then the second slide, we're overlaying the context of what is the level of traffic stress, is the way the term that's used for cycling. It's essentially a 4-point scale, and the 1 and 2 on that scale are considered comfortable places to ride, and then the 3 and 4 on that scale are considered pretty inhospitable places to ride. And then there's a similar scale called pedestrian level of comfort for pedestrians. And so these start to take into account those things, and you can see that by and large, most of the streets that are in the sort of lighter blue are pretty hospitable places to travel. So they're mostly residential streets, but that there are a number of darker blue streets, and they are all the ones that you know about, which are not comfortable places to walk and ride. At present, those include Washington, Lakeville, Petaluma Boulevard, in portions, McDowell up on the top, or maybe that's, I'm sorry, I don't think it is McDowell. That's, yes, Sonoma Mountain Parkway. Thank you very much. So I think this points out that if you really want to make more progress on sort of taking the maximum advantage of the land use accessibility benefits that you get from the intensification of land use in the activity centers, then there's some work to do on some of your arterial streets to make them more comfortable places to walk and to ride. So these are the 2019, and then this is the same equivalent, just as there was the left and the right in that initial identification of activity centers. Here's the 2040, and you can see that there's a large portion of the city that then becomes walk bike accessible. But again, the darker blue streets are all the ones that you know, which are less comfortable places to walk and would be points of focus for maximizing walk bike potential.
So here's one of those programmed opportunities for clarifying questions.
Okay, I'm going to start with the council member.
It's easier to cycle on the east side than the west side. No, I don't have any questions right now.
Darren?
Yeah, just because we went over the 15-minute neighborhood concept at the GPAC meeting, that was I don't want to say messy meeting, but that was a lot, and trying to define what that concept is in the Petaluma context. I'm assuming, and I can't recall exactly the slides from that presentation, this version that we're seeing with the tenets you've laid out, I would assume tried to best channel the feedback you got there and define this in a Petaluma context. And then to your point, Derek, how much of this has been informed or will be informed, I guess, by feasibility analysis and impacts? I mean, some of this is going to have to just be changes that invite market demand and try to incentivize some changes there. But is that already baked in here? Is that forthcoming for this 15-minute neighborhood concept?
It's definitely part of the work that we're doing. And when we go through the next set of slides, there will be some market assessment of the challenges, opportunities, and potential strategy solutions for some of those 15-minute nodes that have been identified.
Okay, yeah, because one clear thing I saw is it defined as, within walking distance, where there was a discussion of, does it have to be, is something served by transit? Does that enter it into a broader 15-minute neighborhood? Thank you.
Roger?
Yeah, with the corridor intensification, excuse me, with the corridor intensification, public corridor intensification, does that come with improvement of the quality of the corridor? 'Cause you mentioned Washington and Lakeville comfortable to walk in. I disagree entirely. Lacking street shade, street trees, lacking sense of place, lacking environment that's conductive to walking and so I mean, how do city improvements, corridor improvements, beautification of the streets go along with intensification of land use?
I apologize that I wasn't clear about that. What we were indicating that the darker blue indicates that those are not hospitable streets. So Lakeville, Washington are essentially inhospitable places to walk and bike at present. So the reason, honestly, the assessment or level of traffic stress doesn't take into account things like shade, which I agree with you, that is a big impact. It's really more about the volume and speed of traffic that you're traveling next to and how much separation you have from it. And I agree with your assessment that those are not comfortable places to walk at present.
But in the general plan, is there a component that goes along with the intensification of the corridors to improve the quality of the corridor?
Yes, is the short answer. But it will have things like maybe there will be a program about focusing on Washington, like identifying what those key and Ron, if I speak, please let me know. But identifying, for instance, Washington, a lot of discussion about Washington, that it's not pleasant to walk or bike. And so what do we need to do? So there might be a program that says prioritize, a redesign of Washington. I don't think there is going to be a full redesign of Washington in the general plan. Is that correct?
That is correct. I'm actually pulling up the transportation framework on it because I know it speaks specifically to this, but yes, I don't, it's not going to go into that level of detail, but I think it definitely calls for the need for that. Right?
But it's going to help us prioritize what streets are most important. We can't do all of them at the same time. What streets are most important for us? What are those kind of missing links in our connectivity for bike and ped, and how do we prioritize those, and what does that involve?
And I guess that also links to if the city gets more involved in improving the corridors, there's a big whole maintenance responsibility and street tree responsibility that we don't have now. City does not take care of street trees typically, except for downtown. So that's a huge change to say we're going to improve the corridor, but we're also going to take over maintenance of the corridor.
Well, that's a different conversation too. And when you're talking specifically about street trees, that's a different conversation in terms of right now the way that our ordinance is set up, as you know, is that the responsibility to maintain street trees is the responsibility of the adjacent property owner to maintain the trees in front of the street trees.
Will that continue, you think?
I don't think there's any proposed change specifically to that. And that's a large nut to crack in terms of how we're going to do that. So the general plan is not going to solve that. The general plan may have things about, ensuring planting of new trees or some of those kind of things, but it's not going to change the current financing of the way our Muni code is set up currently.
Yeah, well, that's why I asked the question before. There's land use and sense of place. The sense of place is getting dropped here, and land use is being talked about. But how do you make Washington an attractive boulevard that's attractive to investment, that's attractive to pedestrian? You don't do that by not touching the street trees.
No, I'm agreeing. I think there's two components here, though. There is creating let's say, a design for Washington so that as new development comes in, they're building sections of that making sure that they are designing their frontage to match that vision, or is there a larger street project that's coming in and redesigning a street, doing a road diet? I'm just kind of examples. Then there is also the question that I think you're bringing up of maintaining the street trees once they're in. So there's two components there.
Jessica?
A few questions. I've been in a few presentations about 15-minute cities, and obviously it's going to keep coming up. So this is part question, perhaps a request, to have some more examples of what we're actually talking about and how big these town centers, neighborhood centers, and activated parks would be. I feel very lucky to have lived in places where I didn't have a car. I didn't have a car until I moved to Petaluma, and I could spend my whole weekend walking around my neighborhood, and it was great. And it didn't look like some of the horror stories I think people are imagining with new gargantuan filing cabinets. So I would just encourage a little bit more examples, because we have some things in town that we could point to, but I do worry that folks get like, well, we have downtown, we're not going to have little downtowns all over town, right? That's not going to be sustainable for the retail market, et cetera. So like having some more examples I think would really help. Sorry, that wasn't a question. A request. I'd also love to take a look at the map. It was on slide 58 before the break. It's the one that has sort of like all of the centers as well as the close. It had all of them together. No, it also had the river. That one. Thank you. So the blue, we're saying to de-intensify, but we're also putting a center there. And that feels in conflict to me. Can someone speak to that?
Yeah, I think that's a...
Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, and correct me if I'm wrong, Troy, I think some of these are also acknowledging existing centers.
Fair.
And what is already there and building upon them, and maybe saying, hey, you already have, I think that's probably the outlets. You already have the outlets there. Are there ways or policies that we can put in place to make these more useful or increase, tenancy, or are there ways to make sure that the uses that the neighborhood needs are locating in these centers, that kind of thing. So some of them are trying to build on what's already there.
Okay, that's fair.
I do think that outlets are a challenge and a question, and it's as much an open question for the community to tell us what they see the future of that is. I think it's just a really complicated question. I think it's like Heather said, it's an area that the city has invested in. It's an existing property. It generates some good things, and it has some existing sea level rise protection built in. So it's an asset the city has to think about. And so we kind of want to throw it out to the community and see what they think. I think we might hear, the concern you just expressed, and maybe that's what we get back. But I think we just want to see what people think about it, because it's a really, it's a big question mark for us.
Okay, cool. I'm curious to hear a little bit more about how you're thinking about these centers of varying sizes being economic drivers versus community drivers, because I think we've all heard a lot about the sort of dire need for third spaces, and I'd love more third spaces that don't require me to spend $5 to sit there, $10, $20. So I'm curious how we're integrating the sort of just like community gathering, I know was mentioned, but community gathering in a place that isn't necessarily, a coffee shop that you're going to feel pressured to buy something at.
Yeah, I think that's not a simple question, but I think an important one that we can tease out a little bit as we go through area by area. I think some of the areas will lend themselves to more community uses, some more economic uses. I think we'll see some of those become policies that play out into the plan itself.
Okay, thanks.
I got a quick question.
Can I add one more thing on the 15-minute center idea? We gave extremely high-level, superficial introduction to it tonight. You could devote an entire meeting just to this topic. There's an extensive analysis was done for the land use policy framework. There's entire goal areas and policies focused specifically on this. We're looking forward to the community conversation where we have both the land use policy framework in front of us and the land use choices in front of us, so that we can look at the land use change along with the policy and talk specifically how they intersect to support and advance these community goals. Tonight we brought them up because we know they're related to, and as Troy has pointed out, central to many of the areas we're considering for change. But yeah, if we didn't. And we would like to know if you think we've got the right ones, but we didn't bring like all of the analysis we've done to think about this. So I understand why it might come across as kind of superficial and not well thought out, but rest assured it's there. It's just that tonight we're anticipating a slightly higher scale conversation about citywide consideration of areas where we might consider land use change. So.
I just want to comment on the factory outlet. You know, when I look at the factory outlet now, I see the greenway, proposed greenway, and you kind of tie that in to almost like a nature-based area. I mean, there could be all kinds of different uses there that we are not really seeing. But if you tie it in with the land use, and if the greenway is continues or happens, and then it would really look at that center completely different. And so that's kind of just want to throw that out there, that, we have to kind of look at the land use, especially in this area, and how it could tie together. And I mean, I've had conversations with people of great economics that we could really have there, just because of the greenway itself, so and how they tie together. So, so that's where I'm looking at, a different uses down there, and whether it is people coming in and tent camping or hiking that people want to do, there's all these opportunities, only because if you tie it together with the greenway and then look at the factory outlet, you don't have to hate the factory outlet as much. You can look at the potential opportunities for that particular site. So I just wanted to throw that out.
I have just one more quick one, Chair. On this slide specifically, I'm just noticing as a friendly edit, I think your color coding's mixed up on this one. You've got your cores and your corridors mixed, right? Am I right? Okay. Holding that aside, sorry. I'm seeing what this mustard color is calling corridors, but I believe our previous slides have called core. There's that sort of hole between them. Can you speak a little bit more about the disconnectedness of a core, which seems maybe counterintuitive?
Where exactly do you mean?
The yellow, which is like downtown plus Scanell, former.
Oh, kind of like, why is there a gap between the core and Scanell there?
Yeah.
Well, so most of that is the park, right? The steamer park.
Okay.
And then the sort of the Oyster Cove development is sort of an entitled piece that's kind of moving along, so we decided not to look at that. But yeah, I think if we wanted to say what is the core, then it would include that area. As far as sort of the area we wanted to focus on, we wanted to focus on the areas with more open questions. So that's kind of why it's drawn like that. But
cool.
we could connect those two areas. It might tell the story better.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I did want to give you credit. This is not a question, but as an aside, and I even wrote this down, the outlets are a challenge and a question could probably be a great title for the history of the outlets in the city of Petaluma. I've never seen that summarized quite so briefly before. I wanted to start, as I've been listening through this. I think I've been through at least a good dozen 15-minute neighborhood presentations, discussions, projects, or group, whether it was with SDAT or the Transit Committee or PBAC at multiple points or now here, I think the strength of it is how flexible it can absolutely be. I will say the challenge in this case, I understand why we don't have the analysis now. Truth be told, if you gave us the analysis now, we would not have had time to go through the analysis now, so I understand that as well. But the challenge I have in looking at this now to tell you, is this within the right ballpark? It's two categories. Like the town centers, that's an easy one, because to a certain degree, I'm looking at shopping centers, I'm looking at big fish items throughout the city or big marquee areas. But if we're doing the distinction between a neighborhood center and an activated park or mini center, I assume a neighborhood center would still come with a fair amount of, we're still talking probably specific language for like zoning text language or IZO. It's more than just a food truck, but less than a full town center. And I can see where that might be easier to map now, but I'm assuming an activated park or / mini center could be so many things. And it's hard to know if we've covered that well here without the analysis of the goal for that in mind, because if I'm just thinking about that, there's whole swaths of this area that are really not covered, because maybe I have the wrong goal in mind. But for example, I love that you have Casa Grande covered there for that area for town center, for a neighborhood center, sorry. However, having spent a lot of time in those neighborhoods and those cul-de-sacs, please tell me there would be more activated mini centers in that area. It looks close by, but it's actually quite a lot of navigating streets that aren't through streets, that go into cul-de-sacs that don't have an endpoint. So you're actually traveling quite a ways just to get to something with some semblance of walkability to it, or I don't want to say downtown-like, but community attached to it. Same thing on the west side of town. I mean, I'm a little biased because I'm in this corner, but I would say the same would be true for certain chunks of over by, sorry, I'm just trying to call out a street for you, but I'll just stick with where I was going in the first place. Going off of like I Street and Sunny Slope, you're telling me there's not more areas that doesn't require people to have to go straight to downtown to have more activated engagement. My hope would be for those the smallest designation that offers the most flexibility to create, like if we're talking about 15-minute neighborhoods as a flexible concept that allows at like the most basic level, some sense of community that is more than I have to get in a car to drive somewhere. Then I would hope we could see that peppered throughout the map as opposed to in these like few spots. But again, it could be in the analysis that there's specific reason for this. So I do want to acknowledge that. So my question, sorry, and I do see that you have one because I've just gone on a rant. My question at the end of this, what was the desired outcome for activated park / mini centers? Like, do I have the wrong concept going into this? I guess is what I'm trying to work out. And I should have said that earlier and not gone on a rant. But.
I think that's a great question. I think the concept we were trying to sort of connect with the activated park mini center was that it's not just every park, because you could certainly say every park is a dot. But it's where the city is putting some resources and some intentionality to doing something which is maybe more like what you were saying, more a community driver than an economic driver. The lowest level is probably mostly a community driver. So I think that was the goal. And I think if we missed the mark and didn't find all the spots, then I would love for this committee and you folks to kind of pepper those in. I think that with the objective in mind being that there are limits to how much sort of resource and programming can be spread across the city, right? But I think we can find some more spots for sure.
Well, and also recognizing that some of this isn't necessarily like, I see your point, not every park will fall in this category, but I can see scenarios if it's community driver, for example, where you've got, a small farmer's market or small fair or a neighborhood get together or party or you name it, that's not really a lot of city resources
Right.
other than saying,
Yeah.
yes, you are allowed to come out on this day and
Yeah.
take up a street, that sort of thing. Okay, so it's good to know that there'll be opportunities to kind of fill that map out. And then going to a more policy-specific question, I apologize for the rant. Looking at the corridors with the current density that's laid out there, and I realize you're trying to jump slides, so I'll wait till we get back there. Okay. For the current density that we have there, like our carbon blueprint calls for a 40% mode shift. I can see where the corridors represent a lot of density potential, at least the way this is laid out currently. Does the density as it stands right now allow for the transit frequency that we would need for that mode shift? Or because you talked about a lot of flexibility earlier, and I know that was in the prior part of this presentation, but that we have multiple options if we include UGB corridors in these core areas. But if we're trying to get the mode shift to match, which really means increased transit, especially bus transit, does that mean we're really going to have to look at higher density for these corridor areas? Or are we actually just going to be fine? Because that might just be an assumption at my point looking at this.
No, so that's exactly right. These three areas here is kind of what we're exploring as potential areas for intensification, for allowing more intensity than is currently allowed. So that's the question is allowing greater intensity supports a lot of the goals you just articulated, but on the other side, from a character and design standpoint, what is the impact? So you're kind of juggling these two things at the same time. But we're gonna get into these areres.
Got it. So I'm jumping
Keep jumping.
ahead again.
Keep jumping.
All right. I should really stop doing that.
That's allowed.
Let me make sure I didn't drop anything while I was off on my tangent. And this is just a procedural question, and I'm sure the answer is yes, then just a quick move on. But when we start, assuming we get to the end of this and we're implementing these various levels of kind of 15-minute intensification, will these categories be reflected in the eventual IZO that we put out? Will this get reflected in smart code or a zoning text? I was just curious from a procedural.
Yeah, these will be implemented as zones. I mean,
Okay.
we're kind of calling. Sorry, I didn't mean to jump you there, but the idea is that we're constructing this framework, which is kind of a conceptual narrative piece, but then it will trickle down into the zoning.
The reason I bring it up is because, like, right now we don't have a food truck ordinance. So I assume if food truck is one of the options, that'll then be reflected in the code of, in these conditions, you can have a food truck out here where you normally wouldn't, right?
Yeah, that'd be a great follow-up action to implement this neighborhood.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I got. Were there any other questions from folks?
Just a quick question on older office buildings. I mean, are you looking at those as potential redevelopment and possible part of a 15-minute neighborhood? I'm thinking of, there's one like on McDowell, the blue top buildings, I call them, on Professional Drive. Even though it's close to a shopping center, it still is within a neighborhood. And so I'm just curious.
Yeah, I don't know that specific site, but we could take a look at it. I think the challenge is that we're looking for sites that have some kind of activity generally currently that you can build upon and expand upon. It's rather difficult from a retail perspective to kind of plunk down retail where it doesn't currently exist, but I'd love to take a look at the office building you're talking about and see if that...
Because I was there the other day and I was just kind of looking at it in a different light, because it's old, it's underutilized, a lot of land, and how that could possibly be redeveloped. Because sometimes, you can't have certain businesses within a shopping center because they'll have clauses in there. And I always bring up like Jupiter Foods. I really like going there. If you go there, you can get milk, you can get some basic things and your vegetables, and it's really close, except that I have to drive there. And it would be great if you could have like satellites around. And maybe possibility of those types of locations.
Great idea.
So we know we need to come back at some point with much more detail about the rationale behind and the considerations of pros and cons of different 15-minute centers in the city. We are going to touch on it a bit more in the context of each sub-area tonight.
Perfect.
But can certainly accommodate that in the future if helpful.
Thank you. That would be. And I think we're ready for the next step.
Sorry. All right. So now with the kind of overview in mind, I'm going to go ahead and walk through these 5 areas we've identified, kind of describing some of the key considerations in each area and then highlighting some of the key questions from a land use and character perspective that we intend to bring to the public and also are hoping for you all to weigh in on. So as I go through, I'll have Derek kind of periodically interject the market and economic considerations in each area. So we tried to integrate that piece into this land use piece. I'll stop for questions, sort of clarifying questions after area 3 and area 5. And then we'll have, I think, public comment, and then we can have a full discussion of our discussion questions. So the first area here, as I called it before, we called it the upstream and downstream river adjacent area. So you see on the top here, we call the upstream area kind of the area from the Denman Flats down at the east here, across the Smart Track, past the outlets, and then to the livestock auction yard. So all these parcels in the upstream area. In the downstream area, it's this sort of large block we've identified south of Lakeville and west of Casa Grande Road, just adjacent to the marina. So these sites, these parcels, I should say, are areas that we are going to consider asking the public whether we should reduce the allowable uses, reduce the allowable intensity of development on these sites. And next slide. So the reason we might do that is these considerations, which I think we're all pretty well aware of, but this is something that's resonated with the GPAC and with the community, is that the primacy of the ecological function and the habitat function in this area, combined with the current condition, which is these parcels often flood, and so there's a key need to, at minimum, maintain the floodable capacity and ideally expand the ability of this area to retain flood water. There's strong support and a need to enhance public access and the greenway connections, as we discussed in this area. One note from kind of a technical planning perspective here is that due to state law, the no net law, state law is any currently zoned parcels for residential uses, any reduction in that allowed zoning must be matched with a corresponding increase in density elsewhere. So if we reduce these parcels from what they are currently allowed, some of them currently allowed residential, and we reduce that to no allowed development, we have to find sites in the core, the centers, or the corridors to upzone correspondingly. We don't think that's a challenge because, as we said, there's a lot of sites potentially in the core, corridor, and centers, but just kind of a note that there is this balancing no net loss function that we have to keep in mind. So the question here really is in these parcels, as I can see, there's a variety of zoning allowed. This one big site is medium residential, the orange one. The red ones are commercial sites, and the purple are mixed use. So the question really is, what should be the extent of the allowed land uses in these areas? Should it be the current land uses, or would we go sort of so far as to say that these would be parks and open space zoned areas and no development would be allowed? We could put forth a range of options to the community, sort of ranging from current to this radical no development allowed. Next slide. And then sort of following up on this land use question is there's this larger area, most of which is currently developed, but not all of it, is in addition to changing some specific land use parcels to potentially de-intensify the allowed development, the city is proposing to sort of enhance and strengthen the set of policy rules around river adjacent development, which would be minimum setbacks from the river, and then we're adding this notion that the most recent flood and sea level rise modeling identifies the depths of future flooding, and so the city's policy would be to disallow development in some of the areas where we see the deepest impacts of flooding, so not allowing development there regardless of the zoning on the parcel. So there's kind of two questions. One, which is to kind of go in on the land use and turn the lever on the land use pretty radically. And then secondly, applying a policy, a setback that kind of pushes development back from the river and from more challenging areas. So we can kind of do both of these things at once in this area potentially. Yeah.
Just to be explicit, you'll see this a lot as Troy goes through these area by area summaries, the distinction between land use questions and policy questions. So the land use questions are really the types of questions we're going to focus on within the community related to the land use map and potential changes to it. Whereas the policy questions are really about potential policies we're considering within the policy frameworks that might then end up as written policies in the plan. They're here together because they very much complement each other, but we are drawing that distinction between decisions that will form how we map things versus decisions that will make about policy in the text of the plan itself.
Okay, so moving to the downstream area, we, again, based on the most recent modeling, we see some significant flooding impacts from the storm surge, the sea level rise, and king tides in this area. So again, assuming that no adaptation occurs. So this area is currently zoned for mixed use. It's not currently built as mixed use. But so something we have to balance is that, having mixed use allowed here is potentially a housing opportunity. But on the other hand, as we were discussing, there's some lack of capacity for job and warehouse type uses. So potentially maintaining employment uses here could help with that need. And again, any reduction in allowed density needs to be matched with reductions elsewhere. So Derek, you want to speak a little bit on the market considerations in these areas?
Sure. So for each of the sub-areas that we're describing, we've taken the analysis that we did at the citywide scale and have some observations about opportunities, challenges, and potential strategy responses from sort of the market and economic perspective. So for the downstream river adjacent industrial area, the opportunities do lie in, as Troy mentioned, the mixed flex R&D manufacturing and distribution uses, those employment uses. It is one of the sites where you can grow those, as well as potentially some future consolidated headquarters operations. But the big challenges here are that this is not a greenfield development site, and aren't really that many open, easily developed greenfield sites. This would be redevelopment, in some cases, of uses that may not go away in the immediate future. Like I believe there's a self-storage site there, which tends to be pretty lucrative. There are also site-specific constraints around the flooding risk and the irregular parcel shapes that makes efficient development a little challenging. So for strategy responses to this, first of all, you got to get the zoning right in the first place. So ensure the zoning supports diverse employment uses, really emphasizing the maintenance of excellent connections to Lakeville Highway and Highway 101, because it's that regional access that really makes this a valuable site. And at the same time, ensuring awareness of flood risk locations and maybe reducing allowable development in flood zones. So there's admittedly a little bit of some cross purposes happening here. There's some great opportunities, yet at the same time, there's kind of a need to pull back to address the flooding issue as well.
Yeah, so the question here in the downstream area, as you can see, it's mostly mixed use allowed currently. Should the city change the allowed land uses in this East Lakeville area to be de-intensified or realigned with less uses allowed? So that's the question here. Okay, so moving now into the core. When we say the core, we're talking about a couple areas here. First, the historic downtown area, which We'll get into each of these areas in more detail. The downtown smart station area, the historic agricultural industrial parcels, which we have a question mark for, since we sort of wanted to bounce the idea of including those parcels in this process off this body. And then again, the River Park former Skinnell site, which is on the right side of the image here. So starting with the historic downtown, I think there's a lot of considerations and assumptions that go into this. I think there's obviously, we've talked about the need to keep the downtown economically vibrant, to activate ground floors. There's obviously the historic character and the historic landmarks that are present in this area. The shading on this map shows the existing historic districts that the city has at the moment. But we've talked about kind of the pros of developing this area, leveraging the transit, lower VMT, using the city's assets and infrastructure. And again, I think we've been assuming that any development in this area is supported by flood and adaptation improvements in the area and the resilient building standards that would require these buildings to be built with elevated ground floors and other strategies that are flooding resistant. So the question here is, and the areas that we've chosen here to sort of ask questions about largely align with the downtown overlay conversation that's been happening sort of in parallel. So the question is very simple, which is again relates to the overlay, which is where, if at all, is it appropriate to allow taller building heights than is currently allowed? I think, as some of you are aware, that the current allowance is 4 stories of mixed use in these purple areas. And the question is, should this be higher for 5 or 6 stories potentially in these areas? And then, as Ron said, we kind of have land use and policy hand in hand in some of these cases. So the policy question here is really, well, okay, besides the intensity and the height of the buildings, are there some other things we could do to increase vibrancy in downtown, allowing other land use, allowing or incentivizing other types of land uses that the city is looking to add to maybe to make up for some retail that might be going away, some other types of active land uses? So this is a question that we could pursue and talk about separate from the question of taller building heights. So it's sort of, how do we support the growth and the activity in downtown from a policy standpoint? So moving to the smart station, I think that it's pretty obvious why we might want to look at this. Again, the transit connection, the VMT connection, the activity. Similarly, this is an area that would have to have some adaptation improvements, some flood control improvements, resilient buildings, and we would expect to see the river trail be a part of any future development at the River Plaza. So from a land use perspective, currently allowed, you have this light purple, which is 4 stories, and then the dark purple, which is up to 6 stories, mixed use. So the question is, again, fairly simple, is it appropriate to allow more height than this current smart code allows? If so, how much? A sort of follow-up question is, not only could the city consider allowing a taller and more intense development, but requiring that a more intense and taller development occurs. And you could do so by setting a minimum height of stories or a minimum FAR. And this could be, this is a trade-off. Again, is the city willing to perhaps wait until the economics get better for a taller, more intense building? Or are we ready to sort of invest now and just do what we can do to support the smart in the near term, even though the economics might be for a smaller, lower project? And then again, a corresponding public policy question is, irrespective of the sort of the scale of the development, is, should the city incentivize or help these developments by eliminating or reducing parking standards requirements and other retail and storefront requirements? So again, sort of on the one hand, should the city mess around with how much height is allowed or require a certain amount of height? And then on the other hand, are there other things, other policies the city should do to help incentivize future developments? And then Derek.
I think what I have to share on this one dovetails really well with what Troy was just saying. So, the opportunities for this area, just kind of zooming out to both downtown and smart, This is the key area of opportunities for higher intensity housing, hotels, dining, and entertainment. It's a lot of activity going on in downtown. So one of the opportunities here might be to better connect and integrate some of the sub-districts between downtown, the smart area, and then other adjoining areas in order to make sure that the area functions more as more than the sum of its parts, essentially. The smart station also poses an office opportunity that I mentioned earlier, but there are some challenges. So as we referenced, higher intensity residential and office development are typically infeasible today in the area. So there might be kind of a waiting game or a need to try to accelerate or promote some of those opportunities. If River Plaza Shopping Center is going to be incorporated into this active node, then there are potentially some lease-related barriers or other conditions and covenants and restraints in that shopping center that might slow down that process, as well as, of course, the property owner would have to be brought along in that process. And then we also want to make sure we're not oversaturating the area with retail storefront spaces. So looking forward, some potential strategy responses are expanding the allowable heights and density in the area just to make sure the area is ready to be developed flexibly depending on what market conditions end up evolving into in the future. Also targeting any ground floor retail requirements to the strongest nodes and blocks of downtown, not requiring retail to be spread all over and have a lot of it be vacant if it's outside of the core areas or the main activity areas of this overall district, not just downtown. And then also the opportunity to enhance pedestrian connections between downtown, the warehouse district, the theater district, and River Plaza. And the city can take some, programmatic and policy efforts around potentially things like supporting property owners and looking at what they can do with their properties and addressing any barriers or obstacles that might exist for their redevelopment.
Okay, moving on to the Historic Agricultural Service District, as it's called in the Petaluma Smart Code. So you see these two sites here, two large granaries, the Hunt and Barrens, and then the one beside the grocery store there. So the question here is, I think there's again a balance. Is developing these sites would leverage SMART, would reduce VMT. On the other hand, I think this is a pretty unique and singular aspect of Petaluma's character, the agricultural history, as expressed specifically through these large granary buildings, which are kind of landmarks visually and historically. So the question here is, the current zoning allows essentially only this particular type of industrial use. The question is, should the city sort of proactively change those regulations and encourage a change in the use of those properties, or should they kind of sit back and wait for the owners and operators of these businesses to kind of come to the city when they're ready to change their land use? So it's kind of a question of who should move first. And then again, the sort of follow-up would be, if we're going to change the land uses allowed, how tall would we want to allow future buildings, potentially as tall as they are now or less? Moving to the River Park site, I think there's a lot of enthusiasm about this site. It just changed hands to an owner who's sort of interested in adding some ecological functionality, restoring the slough, adding a bridge to Steamer Landing. The owner has also discussed an interest in some land uses such as affordable housing, community uses, and makerspace. Again, I think we see this as a potentially big opportunity site. It's actually really close to the core, even though we didn't draw it that way, but it's right next to the SMART station, would lower VMT. If there was employment here, as there had been proposed in the past, again, we start to see more jobs, housing balance. Next. So as I sort of mentioned, the question here is, the owner has discussed an interest in doing some parks and community spaces, but what else should be developed here? The current general plan allows only this sort of limited river-dependent industrial, so the applicant or the developer of this site will need to seek a general plan amendment to do anything different than this. So this gives us sort of an opportunity to discuss the future of this site with the community. Okay, third area, and then I'll pause after this third area and we can ask any clarifying questions. So the third area, the corridors, as I mentioned earlier, areas to potentially explore allowing more intensity and height than is currently allowed. We'll burrow in on the Petaluma North section, the Petaluma South section, and then the East Washington section. So starting over with Petaluma Boulevard North and leaving the Lucky's site aside for a moment, just focusing on the corridor, we have a number of sort of underutilized sites developed with fairly low intensity uses. As I think Roger was saying, is if we were to develop this corridor, there would be an opportunity to enhance the safety and the character of this corridor. Sorry, I'm getting some feedback. Again, putting housing near the transit in the downtown helps with VMT, and it would help, the enhancement of the corridor would support transit and a 15-minute center potentially at the Lucky's. So again, the question is, what, if any, changes to the currently allowed land uses and intensity should be explored? As you can see on the right, the current zoning essentially sort of tapers down from 4 stories down to 2 and 3, and then neighborhood commercial. So the question would be, should we change some of these allowed densities? And then sort of conceptually, should the corridor be a consistent character and height, or much as we have here, albeit perhaps at a higher level, should the corridor still feather downwards, decrease downwards in height and intensity as we move away from the corridor? So kind of 2 approaches conceptually to doing a corridor. Moving to the other end of the boulevard, some of the reasons to look at this area is that, could be improved and enhanced as a gateway and as a real entrance into the city. Again, we could look at improving the character and the safety of the mobility in this area. Similarly, we might need to look at a little bit of resilience and adaptation strategies. I think we would, again, protect this area. We see some impacts coming from the warehouse side. So the question is, how should this corridor really feel from an urban design standpoint? The current regulations essentially allow 4 stories, but then 3 stories on one side, and then back up to 4 stories. So it's a little bit inconsistent. So the question is, again, should there sort of be a consistent height limit along both sides of the boulevard, or should perhaps the height sort of decrease in a consistent fashion as you move away from the river and the intensity of the warehouse and into the neighborhoods? So moving to East Washington, there's been lots of thoughts and ideas about East Washington. So I think it's sort of obvious why we might consider it. It's in key sort of infill area between the downtown and the neighborhoods. It would be a key connection between the east side and the west side. Next. So I think this really gets to, I think, what Roger was asking before, which is, even before we look at land use, what should the city's really key approach be here on this corridor? And perhaps it's some of all of these, but there's a couple of different approaches the city could take, which is to really focus on a mobility set of improvements, do crossing improvements, or it could focus more on the street trees, the visual enhancements, or it could look to really change the ground floor land use by changing some of the regulations, or maybe instituting some incentives or programs to try to intentionally attract some really active land uses to get the corridor feeling like a nicer place. So those are kind of character questions, but then stepping into the land use question, it's again a question of intensity and character. Right now, the current regulations allow 2, sometimes 3 stories along the corridor. So the question is sort of, should the blocks right by the SMART station potentially match the allowed intensity of those stations, which could be 6 or even 8 stories if we raise that? So should you kind of have this intense node right at Lakeville? Or should the whole corridor kind of be, again, at a consistent intensity and character? So I think I covered the policy question. Yeah, Derek.
Sure. So I'm trying to kind of cover all these corridors with a set of ideas here, but thinking about the opportunities that might exist in these different corridors, this is where you can start to maybe get some of that more moderate intensity development, like 3-story townhomes which are a relatively achievable housing product type in Petaluma right now, might make sense for some of these locations, and potentially in the future up to 6-story multifamily housing where it might make sense to intensify further, despite the ongoing challenges with the financial feasibility of that kind of housing. But one way or another, some other opportunities exist for having ground floor freestanding retail and professional office or medical office space, but this would really need to be concentrated near major retail nodes or activity nodes in order for especially the retail to function well. And as was alluded to earlier tonight, also standalone retail might be a little easier to make happen in some of the larger opportunity sites as long as it's well integrated with the housing. But these corridors come with some challenges. They have often shallow or small lots, which constrain the ability to create an efficient development project. And also the retail on these sites might struggle unless it's visible, accessible, and concentrated. So the strategy concepts being put forward here are to ensure that zoning and any form-based requirements enable the townhome and multifamily development, allow some higher intensity development opportunities, that there's some flexibility included in these sites, ensuring that only retail is only required in or near key nodes along these corridors. Not to say that you can't build retail elsewhere, but it would be concentrated so it might have a better chance of functioning well and be supported by adjacent housing. And then also the city might consider exploring different incentives for encouraging site assembly so that more efficient development projects could potentially be built along these corridors.
Thank you, Derek. This is one of our points where we're going to pause for questions. I realize we just put like 20 different questions on the slides. Reminder, those are the questions we plan to pose the community, and not intended to be addressed tonight necessarily. So I know it's tempting to get into those conversations, but probably don't have time for all that tonight. We just wanted to give you a clear sense of what we plan to ask the public. But let's stop here for any clarifying questions. Then there's 2 more areas to discuss. Yeah.
So just to reiterate, you are not looking for us to come up with our best answers to those questions in any definitive way. All right. Council member.
I just want to talk about agriculture. And, we keep talking about agriculture, and it's really changing. And there is a ballot measure that's going to be on the ballot in November that could really change agriculture in Sonoma County. And I'd like to know more of the economics of the existing granaries, compared to even 10 years ago to now. And it just seems like, we need to at least open our eyes to the decrease in agriculture, and maybe more when I'm looking at the upstream in the areas that flood, is there opportunities for smaller little farms, to utilize that land in the River Greenway? But I think it's something that we should at least be aware of and understand that we'll find out more in November. But it could have a drastic change. But even without that ballot measure, where is agriculture going? As far as, the granaries, because I'm not even sure what their capacity is right now, as far as, working with the farms. And then there was also the chickens, that died, and, so it's basically the economics. And it's important for our community, but I think we need to understand where it's really going. So that's it. I have other questions. A lot of comments, but I think I'll just wait.
Darren?
Thank you. And I'm going to try to hold back my commentary as well, because I think there's enough just clarifying questions. For Area 2.2, Downtown Smart Station, I know in the past, I think our chair has referenced state legislators who are very interested in development patterns around train stations. Do we know if there's any, because I see here the public policy question, projects near SMART, should we eliminate parking, storefront requirements? Is there any pressures do we anticipate coming from the state level to dictate what our policies will be in that area, or is it kind of purely a city decision?
Well, already is some state legislation that does not allow cities to require parking for projects within, I believe it's a half mile, of our smart stations, except for hotels. That it applies to retail, office, residential, but it does not apply to hotels. So this pretty much is all, there's no parking required there, by state statute now, which doesn't mean that somebody can't propose parking. It just means we can't require them to have parking.
Okay, that makes sense. And I'm sure it might be in those deeper analyses, anywhere where state laws are kind of forcing our hand. I know that's going to play into the whole evolving neighborhood. So just thank you for explaining that. I think that's a really important consideration that I don't always think of. And then, in thinking about allowable heights and densities in that same area 2.2, it kind of got me thinking more broadly about mixed use, because that naturally kind of expands into this conversation. We saw it with Oyster Cove. How feasible is mixed use? Has there been any discussion, or is it in the frameworks that we'll be talking about, any redefinitions to kind of citywide mixed use, any new mixed use zones that are more adaptable and embody some of these changes?
Yeah, I think we're trying to get at some of those questions by looking at area by area. I think some of these uses might be more, some of these different types of uses might be more appropriate in certain areas. One of the changes that we're sort of proposing here is a new land use designation called Flex, which would be very flexible and try to encompass a lot of potential uses that might give us a little bit more, again, flexibility and sort of in attracting different types of projects. When you say mixed use, yeah, I think what we'll look at is for town centers and neighborhood centers, we'll have policies that may vary, but that will set either sort of minimum residential or minimum retail expectations to lead to some mixed use. I think, as Derek is saying, I think we have to be careful about overly requiring retail. I think that's gotten the city into some trouble with projects not being able to meet those requirements in the past. So, we could set requirements that say mixed use means you have to do retail, but that doesn't make it happen necessarily. So I think we're thinking through the best way to write the mixed use regulations so that we can get more activity out of those projects. But I think it's an ongoing sort of exploration for us.
And can I add, I think also we're trying to, come up to current trends. So even like looking at, work live, and we define it one way, but there's a lot of other ways you could define it. Maybe your workspace is a co-working space for everyone that lives there on the ground floor. And so then you do feel like it's a little more activity generating on the ground floor without requiring retail or, some of those other things to just catch up our regulations with the changes we've seen since our last general plan and our last zoning code. And Ron, do you have anything you want to add?
Just really
to that?
quickly, we don't have it in this presentation, but there are a whole range of general plan land use designation, either adjustments or additions that we're considering to make sure that we have the right classifications associated with the types of land use change the city would like. So if that was part of your larger question. Yeah.
And I wanted to share, too, that for the Oyster Cove project, one of the challenges with the live workspace fronting East D Street is in part that at present they don't anticipate demand for that space. But if it's designated as that, then the building code requires that they develop to a commercial standard, which increases the cost of the project. So while from a land use perspective, we may look for policies that say, hey, let's create these flexible land uses or these flex zones where the market could take advantage of, say, residential demand now, but then as we increase in density, it could convert some of that ground floor space to commercial uses. We also have to understand the other codes that might impact some of those decisions, being building code, fire code, and so forth, and think about how those codes may need to find some flexibility as well, if that's even possible.
Well, and thank you for that background, because as I'm seeing some commonalities across these different sites, some of this may be addressed by those policy level, redefinitions of land use or establishment of new ones. So thank you for that really good background. And then just running through my notes really quickly for 3.3 East Washington Street. I'm trying to stay away from commentary. Do we know how, and this is, 3.3, the slide is on mine 104, but I think mine is slightly out of whack with this presentation. Public policy questions, there's A, B, and C. Do we know how A and B might kind of get at some of the changes that C strives to? So we're trying to figure out which of these do we want to focus on. I mean, could A and B increase land values and incentivize some of that activation and development that's not occurring now? And there's not much more we need to do. Could that be at play here? And I know that's kind of an open, hard to answer question, but.
No, I think that's a great question. I think there's obviously going to be a relationship in preparing. If the city intentionally invests in this corridor for some time, it will prepare it for future investment in infill. I don't think it's ready right now for the land uses that the community is looking for. I think part of that is A and B for sure. I think there is going to be some constraints just with the parcel sizes of this corridor that the city is always going to face. These parcels don't lend themselves to big mixed-use projects. It's not possible. They're too narrow and they're too shallow. So you can't build big parking podiums in these kinds of parcels. So that's going to make it a challenge over time to develop a intense mixed-use corridor. And that's why I think the city has to be open to maybe putting their money into A and B for a while until that really provokes some more character changes and a change in sort of the sensation and the role of this corridor in the city, because I think it's gonna struggle from a land use perspective. Even if we change the regulations, I think we have to be a little bit realistic about this corridor.
Yeah, and I think, thank you for that. And I think it's perfectly illustrative of what Commissioner McErling was talking about with the beautifying and the character. And that really kind of made it clear to me that also allows for some of these other goals to get met. So those are all my questions. Thanks.
Great. Roger?
Yeah, the more I hear about higher density lined up along the boulevards, several questions. One is, it seems like we got a lot more density we'd like to use than we have a market demand for. So that's a big, what are we doing? And second is, if we want to turn Petaluma Boulevard into a high density, high image street, there's a lot of work the city has to do, regardless of what development happens. But you got a 14-foot median that's there for trucks for the whole boulevard. So why don't we rebuild the street and make it more attractive? That's going to be a big investment in order to make it attractive enough to build high density housing. But the way it is now, it's a warehouse, embarrassing street for the entrance to Petaluma, and that's going to remain that until the city puts a bunch of money into it. So, and you're not going to solve that problem by building with street trees. It needs to be a project that says, we're enhancing this boulevard for the purpose of investment, and then see if the investment happens. But my concern is that a big solution is higher density edging the transportation corridors, because that's where the buses go. But I'm not sure there's a market there that's going to achieve that. So are we dealing with windmills, or what? I'm not sure what our real options are. I mean, would we be better off going lower density that there's a market for, it's affordable, it's not fire safety issues, it's not structural parking issues, it's not all the things that go with a higher height. We're asking for high-end market rate housing, not low-end, so I'm a little confused on what we're banking this whole master plan on.
I think that is the crux of the community engagement that we're kind of going out is, what do you see this community being? Is it important to densify for other reasons, such as VMT, carbon, et cetera? Or is it more important and with the knowledge that the market might not be there, or is it the community's interest in just building the 3 stories that the market supports now? I think that is the question that we don't know the answer to, but we're looking to this body, the council, and the community to kind of help us wrestle with that question. I think that's the core question of this process.
I think Troy answered that really well, actually, because I was mostly just going to point out that, we can talk about 6-story and 8-story buildings and getting there eventually down the road, but your point is a very good one that, the market today, where there might be greater potential, is maybe something that does not require any kind of structured parking or anything like that. It's 3-story, maybe townhome, could be doable, or small lot single family homes. So some of this is just going to have to come down to longer term vision and the potential for whether or not the community still wants to hold out the opportunity for taller or more intensive development, or maybe trying to be very selective about where that is planned for in the general plan, while also being realistic that it's not necessarily going to be happening everywhere. And I think that's the whole point, I think, of this alternatives exercise as well, is sort of answering and raising these kinds of questions about how far we want to go depending on the different locations in the city.
And just really briefly on that, this is one of the challenges of land use planning. We're basically defining what is allowed, but we can't control what actually happens at the end of the day, right? And so it makes some of this discussion challenging, because you don't want to create so much capacity that dilutes the market, and you don't get intensification where you really want it. You don't want to restrict it so much that it just people can't build where they really need or want to. And so it's kind of this sweet spot that we want to try to identify, where there's sufficient capacity, where it's really wanted, but reasonably feasible at the same time. Right. So you've put your finger, as Troy said, really on the salient issue.
Jessica.
You can go to Janice. I was going to change the topic, so if she's got something on this,
No, I just, this is a long-term vision. And if, I think of Marin County, and we always complain about Marin County, they'd never develop. And so I don't want to restrict us because it's long-term. And so whether it's, somebody decides to build something 3, 4, or 6 stories, that's really up to the developer when they're coming in. And we just kind of want to have options instead of just looking like the east side, which is just cookie cutter homes. I don't want cookie cutter buildings up and down Petaluma Boulevard also. There's really something beautiful about heights and maybe setbacks, and there's all kinds of, different designs that you can do. So you just hate to restrict yourself, and, you're almost saying restricting who can come into this town also. And I do not want to be personally like Marin County, which is everybody moved up here because they just didn't develop down there. So, to me, I think the flexibility is what's most important. And it's, and it's about the long term. We're not talking the next even 10 years, this is going to 2040. And, I probably won't be here, but maybe. But, for the next generation, I want to make sure something is here so people can actually live in this town.
Fair enough. Jessica.
Okay. Could you back us up to 2.1, that map? That one is the one I wanted to see. So we're calling this historic downtown, and I would like you to confirm that there's no capital H historic resources in this area, correct?
The historic districts overlap with this area in a few very, You can see a few very limited areas where there is some overlap. The majority of the area is outside of the district, but you can see kind of there's just a few overlaps between this district and this area. So the majority of it is out of the district, but there's a few parcels that are sort of, that are included.
Okay. Would you consider a name change? Because I think we've had a lot of community conversations about this part of downtown and a lot of misinformation about what is actually historic in this area. And the majority of what you have here is 90s, 70s jungle buildings that I don't feel very precious about. And I think when we have that H word on there, it gets really heated. So I would encourage you guys to consider a rebranding.
Totally. Any thoughts on that?
I mean, it's just downtown, really. It's downtown commercial. We can brainstorm. I don't know.
Yeah, open to it. We're just trying to distinguish it from the area across the street, which is the SMART station, which is also sort of often called the downtown as well.
Oh, interesting. I don't call it that.
Oh, what should we call that area then? SMART station in downtown? Would that be cleaner?
To my eyes, but go ahead, Blake.
Not to rudely interject, but having now sat through too many of these meetings, these places have names. Could we stick to the names for consistency? And what I mean is, parts of that are not referred to as historic downtown. I know that from other planning documents. And the SMART station is definitely not referred to as the downtown. This is part of the Central Petaluma plan. So if we could...
Maybe Central Smart Station.
Right. If we could have name consistency, that's key, because too many people think that, folks are playing games when it's just inconsistency on names.
Right. Yes, excellent point. Thank you.
Cool. Okay. Related, sort of, sticking in area 2, there's a small population of landowners, particularly in this part of town, particularly when you're talking about the historic ag service district. You named two buildings. Have those owners and or operators been part of the inputs to date?
No, this hasn't been a public process yet. We're still discussing internally, so not yet.
Okay. I can't. I'll just do a teeny tiny comment. I can't help but think of the communication side of it, because that's how I came to get involved in this body. And so, yeah, I think it's important to think about, like Blake said, what are these things actually called, and how can we convey that cleanly, so that there is as clear an understanding around the community, because this is such a big, gargantuan project that you guys have tackled across years, and sometimes people might be just tuning in, and you might only get someone for a 45-minute meeting or Plan Fest. So I think getting it as sort of specific as we can, and being aware of that branding, I think would be helpful.
Councilman.
I just want to bring up on Washington Street, and I've said this before, but this was 1994. It was the Washington First Initiative, and it was really to beautify the Washington corridor, and the public voted it down. But we also talked about putting a trolley at that time, and so when we're looking at Washington Street, is that even a possibility to have bus lane specifically, for transportation? But I think the public is ready to do something on Washington Street now, and I think we really do need to look at something bold, and even go back to the old plan, because it was really a good transportation plan, how you interconnect the east and the west side. And we wouldn't use a trolley today, but we would use our buses. And so if there's a way of integrating it so it was more of a bus boulevard for our transit. So it's just something to think about.
And we have multiple buses go down Washington frequently now. Yeah.
Right, but they're not in the lane of traffic in the cars. Is there, what could we really do on Washington Street with that width?
Oh, right, I see.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. You have the mid lane in the middle. And so are there other opportunities that we could look at?
Go ahead, Darren.
Really quick one, just because it's on the screen. Can you characterize how strongly was the GPAC? Because I was at this meeting and there was some back and forth on this. How strongly was this item supported by GPAC members? Or if you can just quickly characterize the feedback on that one.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think there were a few folks who were very interested in bringing this issue to the community to see folks' reaction. I think there was a lot of reluctance generally in the GPAC to open these areas up to change from what they currently are. So there was a lot of conflict, I would say, on the GPAC about how to talk about and how to explore these areas. Yeah, or even whether to bring this to the public.
All right. So the first question I had, and I'm going to go straight back to the communications element of this, because I loved all the questions you were asking. How is this getting presented to the public?
With a whole lot more context and information. So specifically, we know we need to explain to people existing conditions, what change options we'd like their input on, what that might look like in 3 dimensions,
Yes.
Plus all the information Troy's presenting tonight, and we in past versions of this presentation, particularly starting out with the GPAC, we had a whole lot more additional context. So we know that people would be coming to this cold and would need the full picture, and we'd need to give them a good understanding of what we know about potential trade-offs, what the market has to say. So kind of the complete picture so that they're well informed when providing their feedback. So it's not just a knee-jerk, I don't like the height or whatever. It's just like, hey, I understand the challenges. Here's my well-informed input.
And will you have, and I realize I'm trying to avoid prescribing, but will you have easy to distinguish visualizing tools for what some of these trade-offs are? And the reason I ask is because these questions in a vacuum, I imagine, will elicit very different responses than when stacked against each other, especially if you're considering, I think most people would agree with where you want to de-intensify, but state law and where are those options, being able to very quickly see where the corresponding zoning intensity would need to be or could need to be, I think will be important, in part because it will soften the discussion elsewhere. Because the last thing you want are people having diehard fights over certain areas and ignoring the outside context. So I'm just wondering, is there going to be some kind of, because people aren't going to sit through an hour of, let me lay this out. So is there going to be some kind of visual, we bring this down, but then things over here need to go up, and what does that number mean? And I realize I'm asking a lot. I'm just trying to think of how quickly people's attention span and how these questions have to be stacked next to each other.
Yeah, I think if you feel like that conceptual piece is a helpful framing piece, then we will add that. I think we were worried that the no net loss was a bit wonky and might not connect with people as well as what's the character you want to see in this area. But I appreciate the overarching concern that you're raising.
Well, because the problem is people will look at the area in a vacuum and they'll ignore it. Sorry, away from the mic. They'll look at that area in a vacuum, especially if they live by that area.
Yeah.
They'll look at that in a vacuum and they'll ignore the rest of it. And then by the time you come back and say, well, we made a decision because of X, Y, and Z, they'll feel betrayed because we're this far into the process and you haven't told them that those were considerations. So I just, having seen how this has gone elsewhere and watched pretty much every GPAC meeting, I just want to ask, I don't know what that tool is, but if you could find a way to represent that, I think that'll be important for folks.
Yeah, well, I think we'll think about that more in depth, but I think you've articulated a key kind of concept that we need to get across.
It's like a land use whack-a-mole.
Yeah, I mean, but yeah. It's like you make this
But
choice.
you make it go up, and then it's got to pop up somewhere else.
Right. Different question. I really liked the point Councilmember brought up earlier on agriculture and taking it to a different route. for all the supporting businesses that have come with that in Petaluma, and I don't just mean supply stores, but we've got a myriad of kind of agricultural food chain, so to speak, that comes with it. We're talking about changes to density. Obviously, the market right now is iffy on mixed use. I'm not making an assumption one way or the other. I just have a question. Does density, to your knowledge now, and this might have to be something that's looked into, will that have an impact on the viability of some of these other secondary or tertiary businesses that come with ag? So kind of the suppliers, the resellers, et cetera.
I guess if the question is, if we increase the allowed density on these ag zone sites, would that have an impact?
Well, not just that, but having looked at some of these sites, I know that we've had some places where it's just, I have a large plot of land and I have these things laid out for sale. And if we're moving towards, especially in the corridors, we're moving for higher density. Has there been any research into how some of these businesses can survive with a smaller footprint, I guess is what I'm trying to get at.
That's a good question. Maybe we could look a little bit more into that on the economics side. I think there is a trade-off in when you increase the value of the land, the perceived value of the land by upzoning it, that makes lower intensity uses more challenging.
Right.
So I think that is a consideration that we should articulate as far as the trade-offs between areas. Increasing the perceived value of the land makes it likelier that an owner would sell or transition out of that use. So I think we should capture that as part of the discussion.
I would also say, I think you picked up on a really good point that is part of something that needs to be addressed, and I would encourage you to take a look at the economic development policy framework as well, and to see if we're capturing some of this in terms of support for small businesses, because that's a really valid point that anytime we're talking about changes to already developed infill locations, we need to be very sensitive and careful about ensuring that any existing businesses can still thrive and succeed, and are not just simply displaced as part of this process. So, there's definitely a policy question there as well.
Thank you. And then I have two quick comments I'm just going to throw in because of other questions. One, which on state law, there's only going to be less parking allowed. I had to clock 3 bills this week alone that have just been amended to make that more severe. Anything related to a bus lane or a major corridor, the state is only looking to, and I'm not here to advocate for that in any way. I'm just saying that's what I'm seeing because we're in a recession. So since you can't throw money at the problem, you start putting restrictions at the problem. And I wish it weren't that way, but that's kind of the mode that they're in right now. So this is all to say, whatever we can do now to control our own destiny, this is the time to do it. And then this I would like us, because I know we're going to go through the next phase of this, and more items are going to come up where we're talking about upzoning and whether or not the market will sustain it right away. I would ask us all to remember it is a 20-year plan, roughly, and we are talking about kind of that nexus between vision and opportunity. We're not prescribing what has to go there. If anything, whatever we do restricts a lot of what we can do. And I would also remind people that in the last general plan, we thought shopping malls were forever. And look where we are now. So flexibility is important. Were there any other questions before we move to the next part? All right.
Great. Okay, digging in a little to our 15-minute centers. First, I'll start with the smaller ones, which we've called the neighborhood centers. So again, it's a question of potentially exploring some greater intensity and some greater diversification of land uses beyond the currently allowed. So we'll go through them. There's the bowling alley, Leghorn, Casa Grande, the Creamery, and then the school district office and the city hall. Derek can jump in quickly on this one first.
Sure. Given that these are the smaller 15-minute neighborhood centers, they're places that might make a lot of sense for kind of the smaller scale, 2 to 4 story residential development. Some of the larger sites might be well positioned to create more of a 15-minute district through horizontal mixed use that is not necessarily stacked vertical commercial with housing above it. But so there might be a variety of opportunities, both vertical and horizontal mixed use, depending on which site that you're talking about. Some challenges confronting the transformation of some of these sites is that some housing developers may just prefer inward-oriented and 100% residential projects, getting back to, I think, some of the conversations that we've been having already about this earlier tonight. There is the need for a critical mass of retail to maintain functionality of the retail space to ensure there's actually destination there and that the retailers support each other with cross-shopping between the different storefronts. And also, for some of these sites, there is potential competition depending on just opportunistically what happens. If there happens to be a major chain retailer that identifies an opportunity and that the site is well positioned for their needs, there could potentially even be competition from retail, even though there's these broader transformations that are happening that disfavor a lot of retail that we've seen in the past. For strategy concepts, there's opportunities here to assist property owners with revisioning what's possible for their properties, especially after requirements are changed. Design requirements by the city can include integration of housing and commercial uses, ensuring outward street-facing orientation of any developments. A lot of this is form-based and design requirements. And then also ensuring functional, visible, and accessible retail through the same mechanisms, and having some minimum retail or active frontage requirements, but in places that make the most sense within these 15-minute neighborhood centers.
Thanks, Derek. So let's look at starting with the bowling alley, the Veterans Center, and the property, the R4 property across McNear. So this was a site identified as part of the SSTAT work, focusing more on the bowling alley that we've expanded it a bit. This would kind of infill some vacant or underutilized sites. It would help to leverage the Caulfield Bridge improvements. So the questions are, assuming this is a future activity center, how tall and intense should it be? How mixed use should it be? Should we, as Derek was just saying, should we require vertical mixed use here? And then also, should it be mixed use across the street on the residentially zoned part, or should it be kind of more focused on the west side? Moving to Leghorn, again, this was identified during the SSTAT work. It's a fairly underutilized parking lot, would promote the evolution of the city's shopping malls. It would help provide more amenities and services on the west side. So the question is, if we wanted to allow some changes here, how intense should it be, and what specific types of uses should we encourage here? For instance, live work was discussed as something that we could consider requiring or incentivizing here. Moving to Casa Grande, we're sort of just south of the high school on the east side. This was all identified by SSTAT. Again, it's a underutilized, mostly vacant site on a potentially key corridor, a transit corridor. It would increase amenities on the west side. The questions are essentially the same as Leghorn. How intense should this be, and which mix of uses do we really want to have happen here? Potentially live work also might be suitable for this site. The Creamery, which is located just around the corner at the intersection of Western Ave and Baker, another SSTAT site, a current actual mixed-use property with sort of two-story vertical mixed use on one small corner. This is harkens back to kind of the unique agricultural history of the town, but perhaps we could explore some change to this site. And so again, the question would be, how intense would we want, if we want to see changes here, how intense would we want a future mixed-use center to be? So then looking at the sites where we're currently located, the school district and the city hall, these are kind of question marks for us. The question is, should the city kind of work with the school district to redevelop their property into a really serious or sizable vertical mixed-use neighborhood center? There's kind of some existing uses there at the school district site, but it's not really fully activated. And then similarly, should the city itself work on relocating this facility and the civic facilities to another site and redevelop this site with housing? So that is the small centers. So I'll go over the big centers now. There's fewer of them. There's the Luckies, also called the Town and Country. There's the outlets, which we talked a little bit about before, but we'll dig in again. And then there's sort of these, broadly speaking, a couple of these community commercial centers. That's the zoning community commercial. What we're focusing on is the Washington Square and Plaza North and South shopping centers. Derek?
Sure. Given the scale of these centers and given sort of the ownership patterns of them, the fact that they have a lot of national chains or major chains and credit tenants in them, that affects, what some of the opportunities are and some of the challenges are. So, these are the places that might be better positioned to do a lot of flexible overall development master planned types of approaches should those sites become available for development. So then just running with that, there's opportunities for 3 to 6 story housing potentially, a similar story as last time with horizontal and vertical mixed use, but maybe more opportunities to really come up with a program that integrates professional medical office spaces, live work spaces, retail, variety of different uses. And should these centers not necessarily undergo a complete redevelopment, which might be likely for some of them, then there can be exploration of repurposing any excess parking for housing if it turns out that the parking lots are not entirely needed. But some of the challenges that come with these centers are that, once again, some of the major tenants might have different lease termination dates, and that has to get figured out in order to undertake any kind of major work on the centers. If they're going to be completely redeveloped, tenants might also have control over what happens in the shopping centers, including in the parking lots and common areas. If the property owners are longtime property owners with low ownership costs for these centers, then it might be a challenge to get interest in taking the risk on redevelopment of the centers. And so some of the strategy concepts here are the ones that differ from kind of last time are maybe assisting property owners with addressing some of those lease-related barriers to redevelopment. From the city's side, just ensuring that minimum retail parking requirements are as low as is practical. Again, developers may choose to provide more parking than whatever the requirements are, and unless there's a parking maximum requirement, which seems uncertain. But either way, just making sure that that's not a barrier. The parking requirements are not a barrier. And the city could also explore creating development incentives for undertaking a master planning process, and may want to explore minimum residential density requirements if a really firm vision does emerge, saying that these are the places that there's interest in trying to push additional residential density. But I think that would need to be sort of explored from the policy side of things.
Thanks, Derek. So looking at the first one here, the Luckies / Town and Country, again, an SDAT site, an underutilized shopping mall on a key corridor, could potentially help reduce VMT and support the activation of the boulevard. So this is currently a commercially zoned property. So the question is, if we want to activate this, how intense should we allow it to be? And again, kind of what mix of uses do we think is appropriate? Should we potentially require a minimum residential density, for instance? Okay, our favorite factory outlets. So this one is, again, I think an area of a little bit of exploration and consideration. There's been some recent interest there in kind of building an arts and theater center, but we see, again, just the asset that the city has and thinking of a way to leverage that asset and that infrastructure that it does have there. So the question is fairly broad, which is sort of what do we see the future of these outlets really as? And does that include potentially new uses that we could either require or incentivize? So going back to kind of the old traditional shopping centers that are right by the freeway. The city, in order to encourage additional transformation or incentivize this transformation, the city could allow standalone residential uses. Currently, those aren't allowed. You have to do residential as part of a mixed-use project. But as we've seen, a lot of the market demand in here in the city is for standalone residential. So we could consider allowing that and or taller mixed-use projects in these two shopping centers. Okay, last area. This one is really contingent on what happens in November with relation to the UGB expiration and the UGB expansion area. As we've discussed, the future station is planned and under construction for this site at the intersection of the Smart Road with Corona. So obviously developing in this area would, while it would be, agricultural area as it is part of the UGB, there would obviously be some co-benefits in here in encouraging the use of the SMART train and generally, potentially having some impacts on the enhancement and improvement of the North McDowell area generally. So the questions are twofold. One is if the city and the community moves forward with the ballot measure, what should the character and the intensity of this sort of mixed use or residential district or TOD be? What should it look like? And then again, tying back to the discussion we had earlier about employment uses, is this a location where we should reserve some significant amount of acreage for jobs and employment, either industrial, office, or perhaps a mix of those? But this would be the location that we have sort of been left with after crossing a bunch of others off the list as one of the few potential opportunities for an actual jobs campus, new jobs campus, in addition to, I think, of course, some residential uses. But we wanted to put the question to the community is, do they see this as a jobs opportunity or not? And then sort of the related question is, if we do push forward with some changes and some development at the station in the UGB, what does that mean for the industrial and flex uses, storage uses that are currently operating nearby on North McDowell? Should those regulations be changed as a result of some of the activity and intensity we might see happening at Corona? Should we try to support what happens at Corona with some changes in this area? And just to note, there will be a future specific plan encompassing some of this area coming down the line. So some of this is, some of the land use exploration in this area will be a little bit more sort of at a higher level to kind of lead into that specific plan.
There's one more section of the presentation after this pause for questions to just quickly touch on the evolution of the predominantly single-family neighborhoods, and then we'll get into the Planning Commission discussion.
All right. Jessica.
If we could look at the Casa Grande one, which would be my center. I'm curious if you could explain a little bit more what the existing status is, because I'm looking at PUD on the map, and I know there's part of it's Cornella Park, which is like not much to look at, but they got some new trees, so it's getting there. So can you speak a little bit more about what's there now?
Yeah, so the general plan has this medium residential use, which is sort of a townhouse, 3-story density. You're right, the zoning is PUD, if I'm not mistaken. So that does complicate things perhaps a little bit. But I think largely the site is vacant, which is always an opportunity. I know the field is sort of adjacent to this, so this wouldn't represent a redevelopment of the field.
Okay.
I think we've just used this parcel because this is the shape we have in GIS, but I think it would be a more nuanced development of this site. I don't think we would expect to see the field go away. I don't know about the zoning actually from the PUD's perspective, Heather, but that's something we can look into. I think that is a constraint
on this site, unlike some other ones, is that PUD.
It's just, I don't know what the terms of the PUD are off the top of my head. We can look into that.
Sure.
But I would imagine it's something consistent with the residential zoning of the property.
Okay. I bring it up because in the conversations and meetings I've been at where we've talked about 15-minute neighborhoods before, I've obviously looked at my neighborhood, and Casa Grande has sort of always been the earmarker for that part of town. And I just am like, well, that's already a thing. So are we being realistic about this location and whether the community will push back on major development next to a high school that's going to impact student learning and ball fields? Like, is that just going to be a fight we can never win?
It's a good question. I think what we were kind of intending to do was to go out and ask the community what they thought of this site. I don't think it was meant to be super intense. I think this, given it's a neighborhood center and given the proximity, we were thinking more of a smaller center that's compatible with the neighbors. Sure. But I think that's a part of the conversation we wanted to have. Cool. But yeah, I do hear you that it is kind of up against the backs of these homes, right? So that would require some transitions or some buffering. I think we definitely want to have policies that reflect the compatibility here.
Okay. Well, that sort of parlays nicely into my other question around, if we're talking about Casa Grande maybe being a smaller version of a neighborhood center, and then the other one in my neck of the woods would be Cronulla and Caulfield, which is earmarked as an activated park. My concern is that you might end up with a lot of compromises, and I'm wondering, how do we avoid just like we settle for a couple new benches and a bulletin board and like pat ourselves on the back for having a 15-minute neighborhood across much of the east side?
It's a good question. I think the expectations for a park and mini center should be lower than the expectations for a neighborhood center. But I think the general plan could identify some key criteria of what constitutes sort of the minimum standards for a mini center. I think the idea with the mini center is that it's a bit flexible and it might differ a little bit from site to site. But yeah, I think we could maybe call out the minimum sort of expectations for what the city would see as kind of a success.
Okay. Do you have an idea, just to the neighborhood centers? I don't know what number it was. There was 113. There was a notion of a critical mass of retail functionality. Is that enumerated, or do you have any sense of what that might be?
In terms of the scale or the number?
Yeah.
That's a good question for our economic folks, but there's probably some square footage number that is a good amount. That's a good question. We could look more into that.
Does Derek? He looks like that.
I think the answer is no. I mean, we don't have a set number in mind, and it's going to vary, I think, from place to place.
Sure.
And we sort of tend to frame the world in terms of scales of shopping centers, and I think that we could bring some additional research and thoughts on what would make the most sense, and also bring in David Greensfelder, who's our team's retail expert on this as well, and hear what he has to say about it.
Yeah, I think that's a great place for what I'd asked for before around examples, because I think, you hear retail, and obviously we have a lot of concerns around the community about making sure that retail can thrive, but also when we're getting into these neighborhoods, not wanting to drop a Target in the middle. So yeah, just like having a better sense of what that would actually look like, I think would help a lot.
Roger, do you have any questions? All right. Darren?
Yeah, and I think this might build off Commissioner Moses' point. In looking at some of these, I mean, and maybe you acknowledged this, some of these feel like they could be 15-minute neighborhoods already. I look at Area 4A1, Bowling Alley and Veterans Center. There's Mr. Mom's, there's South City Market, and that might not be the place I go, but they form a complexion for folks who live there. I mean, Buckhorn isn't that far away, where you have some of these essential services, where you have some of these kind of gathered already, and whether or not are we just identifying an area that already works? Are we, and I guess that's the question you're laying to the public, but I lost my.
No, I think this is a good point. Some of these centers
I fixed it.
are not currently centers, and we want them to be. Some of them are sort of nascent centers that we want to encourage to flourish more. I think each one is a little bit different in where it's at in its sort of activity or its activation. I think generally these build on, for the most part, a lot of them at least build on locations where the market has already said this is an area that draws activity and it draws eyeballs. I think part of the challenge is starting to try to activate the community side of things to the non-economic side of things. I think that's a big layer that the city can help out in, because of the challenges of spreading retail into all these sites. I think the community side of thing and the programming side of thing might be just as important for some of these centers, and maybe the main strategy rather than the land use in some of these cases. So I think we're trying to identify where activity is occurring and sort of foster greater and more success at those locations, and then find locations where there's sort of a void, and then make that happen. So it's a little bit of both, but I think, yeah.
So there's a blend there. Okay, thanks for that context. And yeah, I don't want to preempt the opinions. There's a big community input process, and I don't want to have people feeling like, don't reinvent the wheel. We've already got these natural gathering places. Don't try to plan this to death when there's something staring us in the face. In that vein, I think 4A.4, the Western and Baker Creamery, I know there's potential property developer interest in that area in my neighborhood there along Western. So I think, again, that's a targeted site that, like, I think it kind of already exists as constructed. But yeah, that all plays to that context piece. The next one for 4A.5, when we talk about, I've definitely heard this one before. When we talk about City Hall, do we know, you know what, I'm not going to get into that. I was going to say, do we know where those facilities would be? I heard stuff along Redwood Highway that there's new kind of potential facilities over on Redwood Highway, and that kind of plays into my commentary about the UGB space. So I'll just skip to that one for now. And that one is area 5.1, potential Corona UGB expansion. As part of this, when we think about the 15-minute neighborhood, and maybe it's too far away, I don't know what to call it. I've heard it dubbed Uptown, but Lagunitas, Applebee's area, some of that area along Redwood Highway, when we're thinking about job centers and what exists in this area, does that play into the 15-minute neighborhood, do you think? Do you think that's too far afield? And then in this conversation, I didn't bring it up before with identifying areas. Is that another potential nexus, or is there not enough going on there? Just the relationship between this and that area.
Yeah, I think that is an area that is challenged because it's so far from residential uses that you're not going to have someone walking to the Applebee's. So I guess we could try and foster some more activity there, or we could look at it from a mixed use perspective. But I think one of the key parts of the 15-minute city was that those centers are in residential areas, and that is sort of not a residential area, and therefore it's not likely to kind of produce the kind of same, walking to amenities type of behavior. But we could look at if we feel like we want to add that as an alternatives area, we could do that. I guess we didn't feel as strongly about it as some of these other sites. And then I think maybe what we thought was that, we don't know about Corona. It might be, maybe it's a future site to look at. If Corona happens and we see how that progresses, maybe that triggers something to happen more at the Applebee's. But I think that is one area we had not put on this as one of these areas. So that's something we're open to adding if we feel like there's a strong consensus there.
Okay. Well, I'll kind of wait for that discussion as we get deeper into this whole process. And then just thinking about this more broadly, I was thinking about the redevelopment of parking lots. That's always something that I've liked the idea of. You laid out the realities of existing leaseholders and kind of the momentum that they have to keep things the way they are. in our potential policy framework, are there any tools at our disposal? And I'm thinking back to, I've always heard about redevelopment since I've been involved. That's obviously long gone. Are there any tools like that at our disposal to help with entrenched property owners or to assist in some of that process that we're already thinking about as a city? And not that if that comes later and is a much deeper dive, that's understandable. But.
There are some tools, Eric, we can go, Derek. There are some tools like EIFDs, Enhanced Infrastructure Financing Districts, or Community Mello-Roos Districts that, in theory, the city could deploy their, tax financing tools. If the issue is, a lack of capital by the owner of the shopping mall, that's one solution the city could look at, is supporting the financing from that perspective. If we're talking about kind of traditional redevelopment, that has sort of morphed into these tools, these more sophisticated tax financing tools. So those are kind of the main tools that I'm preempting you, Derek. But I think that were available from that perspective. But in terms of actually acquiring some of those properties, that's probably not super likely to be the way that the city goes. But I don't know. What do you think, Derek?
I think tonight we've already kind of talked about a few of those tools sort of indirectly. So yes, there's a variety of ways that the city could be putting a little bit of skin in the game. I don't recall. I don't think these are necessarily called out explicitly in the current economic development element framework. I have to go back and look, but the EIFD is one opportunity, but it is diversion of revenue the city would otherwise receive anyway. It's much less powerful than the old redevelopment tax increment tool, since that could draw revenue from a variety of taxing entities. But there's other things the city can do. So there's been discussion about investments in infrastructure. And, so if there is additional infrastructure needs or just sidewalks, livability improvements, both construction operations and maintenance of that, maybe the city supports that construction within the public realm, and that could be part of the contribution. So I think there's just a lot of different pathways the city could do to kind of accelerate the market activity.
Okay, thank you. And I don't want you to answer the same question twice. So thank you for that.
Councilmember.
With the UGB area, like where the post office is, we don't know what's going to be the future of the post office, so I think we need to look at this area as potential for other uses besides a post office or some of the other buildings there also. And so I guess that's part of the zoning. So, when you look at this area, it's got a lot of potential, and it's right next to the station. And so I'm hoping that we bring it into the UGB is extended with this property in it, that encircled area. But also, I just look at the potential of what could be on those industrial areas, and keep it pretty flexible.
And this is an area where we do have a priority development area grant to do a specific plan for this area. So we have, I believe it's 1.2 million to do a specific plan specifically in this area to kind of dig deeper. So that will be coming. So not fully, there'll be probably some policy language about things to look at and stuff in this area. Potentially, we'll look at things to kind of facilitate that and have the specific plan build on the general plan, but the specific plan is going to go in kind of at a finer level of detail.
And when would the specific plan start?
I don't know. I think we are planning to go out with an RFP later this year.
Okay. Thank you.
Just as an aside on this UGB expansion area, very glad you're looking at this and not further Lakeville expansion, given the flood concerns, but also just how packed that area is already. And glad to hear about a specific plan for the area. in part because the east side of town has had the unfortunate holdup of endless housing developments with no connection to work, live, third spaces, or community. So to have a specific plan that can look at what are those job centers that come with the housing that goes there, it'd be great to see that side of town starting to get what really other parts of the town had to begin with, and not add to the kind of traffic flow of folks who have lovely homes but have to either go to the other side of town or commute far outside of town. But that as an aside, I do have another communications question. So going back to, I see the smile, going back to the 15-minute centers, and I'm going to use, this popped up a few times, but I'm going to use the discussion or the slide, I think it was 4.5, the slide for right here. There's a moment where you're talking about having four to 5 story mixed use center. I can imagine if you just present that to the public, they could think of any number of things. So one question I do have, when you're presenting these centers, will you have visualizations of here's the alternatives we could have here, here's the possibility of what we're talking about, so folks don't assume whatever the scariest thing is right out of the gate?
Yeah, we are fleshing out our engagement right now, and we'd love to hear ideas on the best way to do it. I think some of them are obvious, more imagery and examples. We've heard some folks interested in maybe some physical models. Some folks may be interested in some VR renderings. I think we can explore a number of these, because I think you both have put your finger on it, is that we need to show folks what we're talking about here. We'll figure out the best way to do it, but we'd love ideas. But we are definitely looking at ways to bring these to life.
I mean, if you can do VR, that's great. I'd take cardboard paper at this point. But I just want to drill down on one point, though. This kind of came up while we were talking about density a little bit ago. So much of this is what are the opportunities we're either affording or limiting with this general plan? Not prescribing, but what's the range we're establishing? So having examples within that range is going to be critical for people to see it as those opportunities, as opposed to like, here's a pretty building. That's great, and it's a great way to ease concern, but just that idea of what could that space be with this model in mind. And then related to that, as dovetails off of both Darren and Jessica's questions, looking at the difference between, say, this area to an area that already looks pretty close to a 15-minute neighborhood, like the bowling alley. Although I never considered the bar a critical part of 15-minute, but I am willing to reimagine that. If they sell food, it works. But in all seriousness, though, when presenting this, especially when going through these specific questions, will there also be a list of, because there's this kind of like there's regulatory density to this, will there be a list of like, oh, in this instance, what we're missing is X, Y, and Z? While you're considering these questions, we'd want to add, so like, for example, with the bowling alley, that already feels like a 15-minute neighborhood, maybe. So maybe if in your analysis, you're like, here's the 4 or 5 things we'd want to add, and that involves a zoning text amendment, that involves an IZO addition or this or that. Having that encapsulated so people have a sense of, oh, you're asking for my opinion on this because there may be tangible benefits, especially for those areas that already feel close but maybe aren't close enough based on the forthcoming analysis.
Yeah, so I think it's mostly about the missing amenities or the missing uses that we feel like we want to infill. That's what we're looking to make a 15-minute center. Okay, yeah, that's helpful.
And then, everything else I was going to ask has already been addressed, so I'm done. Thank you. Darren has one more question.
Just for that 5.1, I can't help but think about our central kind of smart station and a little bit of the delay there in development. So when we're considering something as big as the UGB expansion, to me, obviously you see the idea, the concept around the future transit station, you densify there. This is just what you do in planning. How, or trying to ask this without making it an hour-long answer, but are we taking steps that we think will mitigate the potential for that not to be developed in the future, right? Obviously, we build in the market, or we plan, the market has to respond. But are there things we think that are different about this that won't fall into the same issues that Central Smart Station did? Was that just kind of a one-off scenario with a property owner? Just so when we're considering this UGB expansion, we're doing that coupled with some policies we're confident will lead to the development that we want, or the vision that we want there.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think most simply, I think, yes, we'll write sub-area policies and guidance that we hope articulate the vision and the type of development we want to see. I think there's always the challenge of development market cycles. I think that's largely what happened to the downtown station. Development kind of comes and goes in cycles, so you can do a plan and then the market says no and it comes back in 5 years. So there's some aspect of that out of our control. Like we said, we'll set the rules and then the market will respond. I think the challenge will be is the city hoping for development that is denser than the market is interested in.
I also think, I mean, looking back at some of the ups and downs in specifically with the Smart Station, the city had an idea and a commitment to seeing affordable housing as part of that development. And that was not, when the city asserted that, the development went away. So that's good and bad. I mean, it depends on how you look at it. So we still have an empty parcel there, but we didn't end up with a parcel building something that did not include a component of affordable housing that the community said, this is important to us and this is a non-negotiable, this is a key property in our downtown next to our station, and we wanted to have affordable housing as part of that development. So just to kind of put the spin on it too, and we still have lots of opportunity moving forward on that site. So just.
And I know this is many more discussions to be had. I just want to inject that in the conversation as the UGB is, kind of held as sacrosanct, that we're doing everything we can. If we're going to do this, we will really be firing on all cylinders to build out the vision that we're doing this for. So thank you for that.
After we're done with this section, can we hear from the public before we go to the next one?
I wanted us to finish the presentation before we heard from the public. There is one more section
that's very short.
Okay,
yeah.
great.
It's like 5 minutes.
Perfect.
But I did have one more question, which this did remind me. I apologize, but because the Uptown discussion came up, and I just wanted to clarify one thing. That chunk, kind of going from like Lagunitas upward, from now the multiple Petaluma wetland water flow presentations I've been through, didn't the Army Corps of Engineers want us to do even less in that area than we've done now to protect that whole chunk?
Less development?
Yeah.
That's a good question, but if you look at the floodplain map, a lot of the area sort of south and west of the boulevard is flood impacted. So I think not the area sort of on the post office and the Corona side. That area is pretty much outside of the impact. But yeah, I think the challenge
further north up,
yeah, the closer you are to 101 and the mobile homes in particular see a lot of it flooding impacts. I think that's a challenge the specific plan is going to have to navigate. Is it even desirable to intensify this kind of industrial area? I think that's something that has to be carefully considered given the flooding there. And given that it's just an area that, accommodates a certain level of businesses in the city, it's clearly highly in demand. So yeah, I think the specific plan will have to wrestle with that.
Okay. Which means that really if we're talking about density in the city, we're really limited if we're going to go further in that direction, really left with kind of core of town, core corridors, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
I also think, the flood resiliency framework will be coming out, and the flood resiliency framework includes a lot of pretty significant change to where development, based on the flood, the flood information, where development, and if in certain areas, then.
Good. So we'll have like a fairly clear roadmap for areas we need to clearly mark off and avoid.
Or if development is going to go here, then it needs to do X, Y, and Z, that kind of things, and that being based on the new modeling we've done, both for the flood and the SLR.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. Next step.
All right, 5 minutes. Timer now. Okay, our last topic, which is not to be forgotten and covers kind of a lot of the areas on the map that we've skipped over.
You saved this for last?
Yeah, I know. It could be the whole presentation.
All right.
But it's not for discussion this evening.
That's true.
Just to
Fair
show
point.
that we're not ignoring the entire rest of the city.
All right. Thank you.
So the kind of one of the key, and this again builds off of the 15-minute city concept that I discussed earlier. So this goal is really singularly about this aspect of the 15-minute city, which is infilling, evolving, and densifying the neighborhoods that we have. And the two key strategies for that is one, to continue to push forward and support ADUs, accessory dwelling units on single-family lots. And the second one is to work through state law SB 9 and other land use regulations that apply to single-family zones to permit duplexes, 3 units, and 4 unit type configurations, and potentially beyond. So kind of when we're talking about neighborhood infill, here's what we're talking about some examples and precedents. You kind of go from the 2 unit, the 3 and 4 unit, and then up to more intense types of configurations. These are generally the types of building typologies that we see when we talk about single-family neighborhood infill. State law SB 9, which I'll talk about in a sec, really focuses on the 2 unit and the 3 and 4 unit types of opportunities. So those are often duplexes, either side by side or on top of each other, stacked triplex, or a 4 unit within one building type of configuration. Next, so state law SB 9, I think this body is probably fairly familiar with this more than most folks, but just as a quick refresher, the state law says that cities must allow by right, in other words, not non-discretionary, sort of automatic approval of two unit duplexes and or a lot split to create 2 separate lots within a single lot for up to potentially 2 duplexes, so a total of 4 units. Essentially, the law allows up to 4 units on most single-family lots. This applies in the city's single-family zones, which are shown on the map at right, the rural, the very low, and the low-density residential. As I'll discuss, there are some options for Petaluma to go farther beyond the state law. This is the minimum state law on this topic, but Petaluma can choose to be more aggressive, more progressive on this issue if it wishes to. So just kind of thinking about state law SB 9, the city must implement its state law. It can allow up to 4 units, but it essentially requires you to split your lot to do that, to get up to 4 units. That can be very difficult for certain lot types or lot sizes. It can make for the back unit access sort of suboptimal. So again, Petaluma can sort of incorporate this state law, but allow more flexibility or more optionality to try to promote this type of 2, 3, and 4 unit development. So some of the questions that we'll ask the community are, there's the state law that says the city has to allow 4 units on lots. Should the city consider allowing more than 4 units on lots? And other cities have done this in different ways. Some have done it with a sliding scale of density or FAR. So, say you have a really big lot, 10,000 square feet, you might be able to do 6 units, for instance. And then similarly, kind of getting back to the 2 and 3 and 4 unit middle density infill is, are there other strategies and policies that the city can use to really make those types of projects happen? We haven't seen across the state a lot of SB9 projects because of some of the challenges of lot access and the specific sort of regulations of SB9. But the city could do some tweaks on its own to kind of try to open up middle density infill. The other piece of this sort of evolution of neighborhoods is that we want to infill non-residential uses into the neighborhood. So this is a couple of different ways we could allow, just by zoning, allow certain sizes of retail or public uses in residential zones. The next would be to allow or lessen the requirements around home occupations, which you currently have to seek a permit from the city. So we could decide to reduce that or eliminate those requirements to facilitate more home businesses and occupations. And then the last one is sort of to push forward and to continue to advance live, work, work, live by allowing it in more zones or potentially, again, tweaking the zoning code to make sure that there's no constraints or barriers to doing live work. So this is a very sort of simple question that encompasses those other points, which is just that should the city be more flexible with some of its permissions and its requirements around things like home occupations, live work, and other requirements. So sort of more flexible, but again, to the potential detriment of the market choosing more flexibility. That's it. 5 minutes.
Great time.
Very good. That was incredible. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so then this is the actual questions that we wish for this group to debate. And I've heard, the 4 questions on the left, and I've heard, I think, a lot of discussion around bullet points 3 and 4 as we've gone through. I've heard some tweaks about some of the centers, but I'd be interested to step back and hear from the commission about the broad concept and approach that we've articulated, and if that resonates with the group.
Thank you.
After public comment.
Thank you. I was going to say, I would like to move to public comment for the folks who have patiently waited. I see Veronica coming up right now. Ariel, if you could.
We received one public comment prior to the meeting. It is posted online and it's available in the back for viewing.
Thank you very much. I mean, you will need to in the end, but you can just come right up. And for the camera and the record, this is Veronica.
So much for the presentation and the discussion. Look, I think I have a lot to say about all this, and it was very packed. But, I think one of our main questions we have is in our general plan, it's 20 years ahead, is one of the things that has really been on my mind, and that is, how do we actually explain density to the community? Because as planners and people that are involved, we're still trying to figure out what that looks like. So I feel like we need to actually unpack density because we keep talking about it, and we need to talk about heights because those are the two things that freak everyone out. And we need to unpack it in such a way that is explained so that it's actually going to make people feel good and that we're going to have a beautiful town still. That's really what they're after, is knowing that that's going to happen. And I came across an article from an architect who talked about our obsession with density at the moment. There's conversation about density and heights, and that actually building livable neighborhoods doesn't necessarily equate height and density. Density, yes, but not height. So he says, urban densities are important, but the question is how high and in what form, because they can come out in different forms and still achieve density. So there's an architect in Arkansas, I think, or Tennessee that came out to Urban Chat who talked about how you can achieve density, but you don't necessarily have to go to height. And I think that would make more vibrant streets and services and local needs should be our focus and our placemaking rather than focusing on height, because I think that's what people are really getting upset about in the community. And I think we need to listen to that. And we need to have that conversation, because I think the 15-minute neighborhood essentially is saying, how can we thicken the neighborhoods? How can we make them better for the people who live there? We're not necessarily talking about, bulldozing the whole town and saying, let's put in all this density. I think that's, we have those 4 different areas that we're looking at, actual units that we're going to be able to achieve over the next 25 years. But we don't need all of them. We've already been told that we're going to be able to achieve enough housing. And then there's the other part, is the economic piece. Our economics aren't going to look like they are right now. The wine industry is tanking. Nobody's drinking wine in the age group. The millennials and younger aren't drinking wine. The wine industry is going to probably, decrease as time goes on, because people aren't drinking wine. So we've got a wine tourism as one of our things for 20.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
No, thank you very much for your public comment. Do we have others who wanted to speak? Thank you. Oh, and Veronica, if you haven't already, please put your yellow card in. Same with you, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission and City Council. My name is Doug Ledebor. I became involved in 2 properties on Corona Road, 470 and 498 Corona, which lie on the south side, almost directly across the street from the urban boundary expansion proposal or consideration. And I was here to really bring to the attention of the Commission this particular area. And now I'm a little confused. There's a lot to absorb here. But there's a 10-acre, our parcel is basically 10 acres. It's within the urban growth boundary. It's surrounded on 3 sides by existing residential. And I think most importantly, it's within 1,500 feet of the train station, the Corona station. So I do think right now it's general plan, very low density, which is a maximum of 2 units to the acre. And I think it'd be prudent for the Commission to take a look at maybe a land use adjustment. And now, after hearing about, I'm aware of the specific plan. I'm kind of wondering, I guess it seems like every diagram I look at, we're being dragged into the urban boundary expansion. And we don't need that to develop our parcel. I know that it looks like, considering this whole area out there, you're going to do the urban boundary adjustment. It's either going to happen or not happen. And then I'm wondering, is it the general plan that comes next or the specific plan? And if it's a specific plan, it seems like it would be the tail wagging the dog. So I think it would be appropriate to look at our parcel, whether, because the urban boundary adjustment may never happen. And if so, we're stuck with very low density designation, and I just don't think it's appropriate. It's a 10-acre site. If it was even low density residential, you could conform with your R2 or your more creative, I guess, R3 zoning, and you could probably do some nice, affordable, smaller single-family homes there, or duets. I guess I'm not really sure. I have questions other than I'm not sure the sequence of things and whether or not the Commission thinks it's appropriate to maybe look at this piece a little separate from the urban boundary adjustment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. One thing I just wanted to clarify, it's always going to be general plan, then area specific plan, because we haven't agreed to an expansion yet. So you don't have to worry about the dog wagging the tail in this case.
Okay.
The other thing I was going to say, I would highly recommend leaving your information with staff so that you're able to discuss this in more detail, because then it might evolve into something that we could take a look at down the road.
Okay.
That would be the starting point.
Okay. Good. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Do we have any other public comments? Is that you? Okay, fair enough. All right. With that, we will close public comment. I just want to say as an aside, though, millennials drink plenty of wine. I'm not disagreeing with almost anything other than, unfortunately, millennials do drink plenty of wine. It's kind of all we have left. But outside of that, I will close public comment. We are getting pretty close to 10:30. I wanted us to vote on doing two things. One, to extend the meeting past 11 so we can get through our next item. But the second part, which is what I'm hoping will sell everyone on this, is to move item 4 to a continuation to the next meeting. So we just get through the forming of ad hocs tonight. We can have that discussion for item 4 at the next meeting. Does that work for everybody? Yeah.
Right. So, Chair, I believe we'd like to do two motions. One, the first motion would be to for the commission to agree to consider item 3, and then item 4 would automatically continue if you choose not to consider item 4 after 10:30. And then the second, and then vote, and then the second motion would be to continue the meeting past 11.
There you go.
Great. Thank you.
I'll make the first motion as described.
I'll second.
Great.
Let's get closer to 11 before we, or how about quarter till?
All right.
Before we extend it, because I want to see. I'm counting my time. I don't think it's going to take that long.
Oh, fair enough. Fair enough.
Commissioner Bauer, absent. Commissioner Moses?
Yep.
Commissioner McKerling?
Yes.
Commissioner Rackison?
Yes.
Commissioner Wisman, absent. Council Member Cater Thompson?
Yes.
Chair Hooper?
Yes.
The motion is passed.
All right. Taking the council member's point, we will wait till we get closer before we make the next motion. But we are going to have a 2-minute bio break for folks, and then we will come back. Thank you, everybody. We are back and ready to move into discussion time. So we have the questions that are before us, and being mindful of how punchy folks have started to feel as we get into this hour. I want to really direct our comments and our questions at this phase. I'm not going to be highly restrictive or prescriptive. This is just for the commissioners to evaluate based on the full length of the presentation we received. Do we think these questions are within target, need modification, or is something missing? And with that in mind, I'm going to start with...
Chair, I was wondering, was Ron going to recap? Is that...
We thought it might be helpful just to recap a little bit like the Planning Commission's role and review moving forward so that you don't feel like this is your one chance to say everything on all the details. So, Ron, can you recap that a little bit?
Yeah, just again, the purpose tonight was to help us ensure that we're thinking about the right areas. Primarily, it's really these 4 questions on the left that we were interested in your feedback on. And this is, again, a conversation in preparation for going to the public and having all of these discussions about each of these areas and addressing both the land use and policy questions that Troy elucidated during his area by area analysis. So that is to come, where they're going to gather all that input, prepare a proposed land use change map for you, and come back to you with that informed by all the public input. And so you'll have that additional opportunity to weigh in on all the questions that Troy laid out. Plus, I assume there'll be at least one meeting focused specifically on the land use policy framework, in which you'll find many of the policy questions that are laid out tonight. And that will be a great opportunity to take a deeper dive into those specifically. And so really what's most helpful for us tonight is these 4 questions in preparation for public discussion. Are we generally, are there any areas missing that we should be asking the public about that we haven't? And that could be 15-minute or areas of change that we've talked about. That's probably the most important. And then is there anything, and this is the first 2 bullets on the screen, is there anything off about proposing to the community that we just take this general citywide approach to de-intensifying in some areas, particularly around the river, intensifying in others? And as a sub-question to that is the general resilience approach right? We're sensitive to that first one in particular. We don't want to open up questions in the community that we think might, take people off in the wrong direction or become less productive than they could otherwise be. Very much appreciated tonight the comments about communication and how to frame things and how to help people visualize things. That's all great. And that's part of our check-in here tonight is we kind of want to make sure that we're asking about the right areas, asking the sorts of right questions. Don't want to dive into those questions tonight, but we're asking for your guidance and help us get the community conversation right.
Thank you. That's a great way of framing that we're helping you set the menu, and we'll get a shot at the main course a little bit later on. Who would like to kick us off in this discussion? Go ahead, Darren.
Okay. So first, I just want to say, I had someone send me a text, get excited. This should be an exciting process. And I really think so. I think there's a lot of exciting things to talk about here. I think from seeing a lot of the GPAC meetings, a lot of that discussion is really faithfully represented, and it's great to see this output. And really the what if scenarios you showed near the beginning make me really optimistic. Sometimes we think that we're kind of constrained into the ground to a certain future, but I do think we have a chance to kind of decide a lot more about what our vision is, and we have the capacity to meet a lot of the needs that usually constrain us. So really excited overall about the presentation. Just want to give that backdrop. And then, for me, I think I don't want to talk 15-minute neighborhoods to death. But one thing that keeps sticking with me, in talking about, is this an existing cultural center that we're identifying and saying, how can we cultivate and strengthen this? Or here's where we're creating a new center that we want to be a gathering point, whether that's retail or community. I really want us to kind of take a hard look at the 15-minute neighborhood idea and decide if that's the name. Is it a set of policies that get us more flexible land use in like the sea of residential that allow for new cultural centers to emerge, and then identify those? It was something that Dave Alden said at a GPAC meeting, where he was basically wary of like over-planning, trying to over-plan too much neighborhoods when human activity naturally emerges if we cultivate the right environment. So I just want to kind of take that thinking into it. I not saying that we necessarily throw out the whole concept. There's a lot of good there. But it's also a new concept, right, that we haven't heard a lot in civic planning heretofore. I don't know a ton of cities. And so maybe it's just giving more examples, like we've said. But I just want to make sure we really put that concept under the microscope and see, are there parts of this we like, and do we rebrand it, or really take an assessment of that. In that vein, I love defining density, concept of showing different types of density, what density means in different contexts. There are types of gentle density with street trees and duplexes that don't scare anyone. So I think defining those different contexts is great. I want to echo that idea from different commission members in the public. I also like calling out and that maybe this is coming in the document, the draft policy document, pinch points with state regulatory frameworks. Super helpful to know where we're limited, so it makes the discussion pretty straightforward. I also want to just call out, land use policies that support our natural strengths for manufacturing and agriculture. I appreciated that being in the economic analysis, and I'd love to see how that shows up later. With that, I'm a little reticent to bring forward the Hunt and Barrens and the historical ag centers, only because I didn't see consensus on that at GPAC. We haven't necessarily engaged property owners. Maybe there's a couple steps we need to take before that gets brought forward, but I just think, we don't necessarily want to spread ourselves too thin, and we've got a lot of good areas identified. So now to kind of go in the format of your 4 questions here, I just wanted to say those pieces. I support the general approach here. Areas identified, definitely appropriate in my mind, where things like the historic downtown, whatever we end up calling that, I think it has to be talked about, and this is the venue. De-intensifying while intensifying others, I think you picked the right areas in that respect. I would be interested in that no net loss, whether that makes it to public comms or whether just for us to understand what are our dead set requirements there. Do we need all the core and the downtown and Smart and Corona to make up for downzoning some of these other places like the river that I think a lot of people are passionate about? And so, yeah, definitely the right areas to bring forward. And I said my piece on 15-minute neighborhoods. So that's it. But yeah, just want to, exciting, great presentation. Thank you, guys.
I'm sorry, I did want to ask, did you have thoughts on the questions specifically?
You mean the questions that are being asked to the public?
No, I mean, because they really want us to give full feedback on these questions being asked to the public. I appreciate that was all great, but I want to make sure staff get feedback from each one of us on these questions.
On these 4?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's what I just ran through. So support the general resilient approach. Yes, the general resilience approach I liked. Do we support de-intensifying river adjacent areas? Again, I think I just said that. Yes, I support that. Again, with that no net loss piece being good context to show what our limits are. Are they the right areas to bring the public? Absolutely. Maybe I just talked too fast. Absolutely. I don't really think there's any big areas missing. Have we identified the right 15-minute activity centers? Again, that kind of goes to my context piece on really understanding the 15-minute neighborhood concept. And maybe there's just some element of showing what that looks like, defining a couple of the different centers. So I'm worried I just repeated myself, but those are my answers specifically for those 4.
Perfect. Thank you. Just wanted to make sure we didn't lose anything. Who wants to go next? Roger.
I support the general resilience approach. I think it's reasonable. I agree with intensifying the river. However, the river is a huge amenity. So I'm a little bit, development wants to be next to the river. So if there's some way to kind of, if you intensify certain parts of the river, allow development to take advantage of that and kind of be linked to the river in some way, visually or physically. But I mean, the river is what makes this town special. And so I think housing, a lot of housing wants to be on the river. And so I think that's something to consider. I think potential land use designations are appropriate. I'm a little concerned with the reality of the market and how much high density housing we think we can get or would like. And if it doesn't happen, then what do we end up with? And also, I think the quality of the public corridors of Petaluma are what will make Petaluma a town. D Street is a quality street because of the trees and the land use and the design. Petaluma Boulevard South is a mess, and it's an industrial road, but it's the main entrance of town. And any major city planning idea is let's make the corridors beautiful. The public corridors we control, we can make them attractive, we can make our town attractive. Why don't we do it? I mean, it's a lost opportunity. It's an investment, but it's also a way of getting those boulevards to be attractive places to build housing. Because if you don't do that, I don't think you'll draw higher density housing. The 15-minute activity centers, I'm still kind of skeptical of how easy that is to work, or will it work? I mean, I've seen, we've got one I mentioned around our neighborhood that they're not very successful and they're struggling. So you're in the retail world, which has changed dramatically and will continue to change. So you're flirting with fire, I think. I think it's a good idea if it works, but I think it's a bad idea if it doesn't work, and there's a good likelihood that it might not.
All right, Jessica.
Okay. For the first one, general resilience approach. Yep, I think universally it's easier to prevent than clean up. So we need to get ahead of it. Similarly, on the de-intensifying the river areas, yep, Mother Nature will do it for us if we don't. I do encourage you on the communication side of things to make clear that we are still focused on being a river town. I think there could be some potential communication pitfalls if folks think you are now coming off of the focus for river access. You also have a big hot button issue of the trestle, so just be aware that you might step in it when you start talking about river de-intensification, and try to mitigate for that. In terms of these being the right areas to bring to the public, yes, I do worry about our sort of like communal glossary on these items. I think when we talk about planning and when we talk about density and when we talk about these issues, there's not a universal understanding across the community. And I think we have, more and more, I think people are getting on board on the housing side of things. But then you also get sort of some misinformation. So I would really encourage you to clarify how this is like responding to housing goals and economic goals and community gathering opportunities, that land use is all of that. And I would really encourage an emphasis that the RHNA is a minimum. I think we get a lot of pushback from the community that's like, we're already meeting our housing goals. Why are you still talking about building? And we're talking about building economic centers. We're talking about building more than just the minimum of housing. And I think that's important to emphasize. In terms of still on this sort of right areas piece and communication of them, definitely encourage some clarification on those on those neighborhoods. Just to throw out some ideas, you could call it the Corona Smart Station and the Lakeville Smart Station, and then just downtown and scrub historic from your presentations because I think it's dangerous and inaccurate. I'm not trying to hide anything to whoever's watching this later. I'm not trying to like pull the wool over anyone's eyes, but the pieces of property in the downtown area that we've been talking about for the overlay and we're now talking about for the general plan are not historic resources and could be utilized much better and make downtown much more vibrant. Soapbox down. And then in terms of the 15-minute activity centers, as an East Sider, it's like hard for me to get excited because it feels like I'm still going to be in a desert. So I think it's important to think about the realism across those areas and then also speak to the gaps in accessibility. I know you did have some assessment, but you know, we're potentially going to create some like interesting businesses that no one can really get to. And that worries me, but I also agree with what the chair had said, that we're talking about allowable uses, not a development prescription. So I'm in favor of the more flexibility, the better. And if that means that we're allowing more uses, more places in the hopes that organic congregation will form, that might be an interesting thing to look at, as opposed to saying, you know, we've got high hopes for this place and are zoning a few parcels to hopefully make them, you know, juiced in a way that'll drive development that we can't guarantee. And good job. This is big, important, hard work. So thank you for doing it.
Great.
I'm going to make it easy. I agree with what my other colleagues stated, but you know, when it comes to the 15-minute neighborhood, I want to say it is odd. When you live on the east side, it's completely different than when you're talking to someone from the west side. They see it very differently. They don't live the same life. And a lot of it, I just think, is somewhat unrealistic. And economics is what's really important to me, really understanding what the economics of what we're really trying to achieve. And I will agree that using the word historic is triggering. And you're looking at an area with chain link fences, and is that historic? I mean, so I really think we have to kind of be careful on the language and have a better understanding. I'm hearing what, Roger, you're saying, you know, about Petaluma Boulevard. It's very cold when you go down there. There isn't any warmth coming down that boulevard. And, you know, with the changes in some of the networking for biking, you know, we may have opportunities to improve that area. And I do think density in that area and the right type of density will make that boulevard look more friendly. Everybody's just, you know, they're fearful of height. They just think you're going to be going up 6 stories, boom, 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 right next to each other. Well, design also makes a big difference in how development looks, and that is it. And I will make a motion to go past 11.
Great. Actually.
Second.
Yeah.
I apologize for not doing that earlier.
Can we do a vote?
Commissioner Bauer, absent. Commissioner Moses?
Yes.
Commissioner McKierling?
Yes.
Commissioner Rackison?
Yes.
Commissioner Wisman, absent. Councilmember Gator Thompson?
Yes.
Chair Hooper?
Yes.
Motion is passed.
Great.
Just, you know, when we're talking with the public and there's so much discussion about housing and we don't need housing, we need housing, I really think we need to talk about, for years, what happened in Marin County. They just weren't building. Everybody was coming up here, and we don't want to be, I personally don't want to be Marin County. And just to really kind of emphasize the fact that, do we want to be an exclusionary city or bring people in? And I kind of like new people.
Fair enough. I first want to thank you for the incredible work that went into this. I think that was 145 pages in the slide deck, and that is no small feat on top of the frameworks report that was already put out to the public. And one note that I'll say in conjunction with Darren, which is it's great to see how much of GPAC's recommendations made it through. I had about 4 friends who I really pushed to apply who had a lot of feelings about the city and did not think that their feelings would translate to anything. And over the course of this presentation, I can see 3 or 4 of the things that they really wanted across because they've been members of GPAC. So I'm grateful to see how these things have translated and carried all the way through. Going through the list, yes, absolutely support general resiliency approach. And in fact, if we don't, the state's moving most of its regulations that way anyway. Obviously, de-intensifying parts of the river is really important. It is an incredible amenity, and it's an amenity we should protect. I agree with Commissioner Moses that we need to make sure the messaging really shows that we're not moving away from being a river town. But in terms, we can absolutely be creative about making sure that, yes, we're de-intensifying the zoning, but it's got public access. I mean, a core element of the original river enhancement plan, which really never was fulfilled, was to protect the river as a public amenity. And if anything, this should make that easier. Homes on the river seem nice, but the river is for the whole city. And obviously, de-intensify the river, that means talking about intensifying or some combination of increasing density in other parts of the city. I think the way you've broken that out and the way you've put it together makes a lot of sense. I will ding again, though, on the communication front. The trade-offs really have to be explained. This can't be, we have an agenda or we have a vision that we're trying to force on you. It needs to be, hey, you don't want that, that's fine, but we have these other areas. And also to Commissioner Atkinson's point, having a full layout of like, here's the state regulations we're running into. Here's the restrictions we're running into. We don't want to do this to you. We've been forced to do this. So that people can have that realistic conversation, understand what's taken off the table right out of the gate. With that in mind, in terms of right areas being brought to the public to consider, I think these are the right areas so far. To be fair, it still is hard for me to feel like this is the accurate map without the analysis, but that's not your fault, and we wouldn't have had the time at this stage anyway. So from what I have seen, yes. I can't promise you I won't feel differently later. And then 15-minute activity. I will say I'm biased in this because I feel like the last few years, every few meetings, I'm in a session where somebody talks about 15 minutes, so I'm very keen on it. One thing I would point out, if we were a city that developed without sides of a freeway, I don't mean sides of a river, but if we're being honest, sides of a freeway, maybe we wouldn't need to have this discussion, but we did develop the way we did. So one side is steeped in its sense of community, and the other side was rapid expansion. And so whether you call it 15-minute cities or something else, this general plan, I think it would be an immense disservice to Petaluma in the long run if we're not looking at how do we create these community centers, both economic and community, whether it's city investment or just allowable community activity. And going back to the idea of the general plan not being prescriptive, but covering the range. The thing that's kind of beautiful about 15-minute centers as laid out by this so far, and the part that gets me excited, is the regulatory depth of it. Because you're talking about the zoning map, you're talking about the general plan, the policy of the general plan, you're talking about smart code. And our smart code is purposely form-based so that we're not just looking at, oh, you're here, you're farms, you're here, you're a tire shop. The reason we went this route all those years ago was to have these kind of diverse, flourishing communities where you go from one end of a block to another in the most pure form of a form-based smart code. So in a lot of ways, 15-minute centers could be our way of getting back to that idea. But as many other people have pointed out, it's going to really boil down to communicating options and what it functionally means, like on a practical level. Just so people have an understanding of Are you promising me markets every weekend, or are you promising me a new field? What's the shift? And with that in mind, I think pretty much everything else has been covered at this point, other than to say one last bit, because this has been ringing in my head since Commissioner Rackison brought it up. If we are going to talk about a UGB expansion and we do go that route, I know that's a little bit past the scope of the general plan, but that area-specific plan really needs to drill down deep into how we make that achievable, so we're not breaching that seal only to have this field that's just out there that never quite made it to fruition. I know that's outside the scope of this, but other than that, I think this is great, and a lot of it's going to boil down to how it's communicated. And I do hope, given the scope of this presentation, that you have more events planned than the one that's been discussed so far. I think there's going to need to be a lot of tours around the city. But that's all for me. Yes.
Just one last piece on the historic part. Not that anyone's saying this, but I also don't want us to try to kind of downplay that because we don't want people to get upset. I think there's a celebrating and like, this is our great historic downtown. Whether that's explicit in the name, I definitely want it called out. And I'm sure, as we saw with the overlay discussion, it would play into design considerations in that area, right? We would be layer cake stepping away from structures and things like that. So I totally hear what people are saying, because we don't want to like make this into something it's not, but we also, I don't like shying away from it, because I think there's some exciting possibilities. So,
can I say two more things really quick? Okay, very quickly. I like 15-minute activity centers better than I like 15-minute cities. I think it's clearer. 15-minute activity centers, thumbs up. And I would encourage you to talk more about the missing middle. I think it was like once in the presentation, and it would be, I think, a valuable touch point for people to understand the actual implications of what we're trying to do here with these changes.
Oh, and I hate to add one more thing because I can hear you typing. But because we skipped right past it at the end so we could get to the discussion on the evolution of neighborhoods, I did see the brief slide that you had that showed the different density types fitting in it, especially because of SB 9. The more real-world examples you can pull up, the better it'll be. I am by no means saying that this is a standard for anything, but there are extensive Victorian neighborhoods all over Sacramento that you go down, it's Victorian, duplex, Victorian, triplex, Victorian, small business, Victorian theater. It gets across what you're trying to say. You would think you were in a small town if you didn't know you were in the middle of a very poorly laid out city. The point being, finding those beautiful examples, I think, can help get your point across even better than the digital layouts, which I think is a great first step. But people are going to want to see that, because if we're being honest, whole chunks of the west side actually meet that bill well. People just don't realize it because there's trees dividing their properties and they don't realize their neighbors are right there. So
2 thumbs up for cottages. We got some good examples. We should build more.
Yeah.
Cottages.
And with this, I think we're done with this item, unless staff have anything else they need from us on this. Good job.
No, thank you. Thank you very much. Excellent feedback.
For anybody listening on YouTube, the quote was, "That was very clear." I want to sincerely thank staff and everyone involved for making this presentation and taking the time to be here with us and deal with every question and concern that we had. Thank you. And with this, we're going to move on to item 3, which is the administrative task of forming ad hoc committees and commissioners. Now that we have listened to the different, have I skipped a step? Yes, you may go home. I don't have that power. I mean, I would thank you for giving me that power, but no, you may go home. Yeah. Sorry, I'm straight to, okay, what's the next thing? Yeah.
I have never seen Ron not on Zoom. And today was the first day that I saw him in person.
Thank you. No. We're gonna, for anyone watching, we're gonna let folks filter out. They are literally running out of here for anybody. Before we end up having questions about sublots, go. Thank you. I don't know. I mean, all right. Now that it's just us folk, we are on item 3 to talk about forming our ad hoc committees. We have all been more than well briefed on what some of these frameworks entail. Andrew, I was going to ask you, how should we go about? This is a straw poll situation of people saying which one of the 2 ad hocs they want to be on based on the topic.
I think so, and then I think we would just assign the 2 commissioners who are absent this evening, just assign them
Absolutely.
to one of the ad hocs, or however that plays out.
And there will be no emails later. They will just get the committees. No, I'm kidding.
That's what I would recommend.
Wow, I was kidding, but it looks like that is universally accepted. Okay, with that in mind, has everyone on the dais had time to look through and see what their options were?
I hope there's a slide that recaps them.
Hello, Andrew.
Yeah.
Is there a slide that
That's
recaps
the one I
them?
wanted.
Excellent.
There you go. So a note on this slide, we of course, the flood resilience framework will come later. So ad hoc 1 at this point in time would be reviewing mobility, transportation, and parks. Ad hoc 2, infrastructure, utilities, noise, economic development. Then the commission as a whole will review environmental justice and natural environment, as well as the flood resilience and the land use when they're ready.
All right.
Another note that to keep in mind is I think we're looking at the reviews. We would want to conclude our reviews and have considered the comments as a commission as a whole at either the May 28th or June 11th meeting.
All right.
So that gives you a sense of time frame of the work that the ad hocs need to be done. So beyond that, I think tonight is just a matter of let's choose ad hoc committees to participate on, and then let the committee leads convene the ad hocs to decide how you want to work and so forth. And then at the next meeting, in staff comments, we can share some more information or discuss maybe how we see bringing those comments forward to the commission as a whole.
All right. Well, with this in mind, unless folks have questions, I'm going to start on one end of the room and we'll go to the other. Obviously, Darren and I can be skipped because we know which ones we're on already. Council member.
I'm going to stick with Darren.
All right. Roger. Great. Jessica.
I'll go 1.
Cool.
Cool.
I like 1 too. I mean, I like both of them.
I
it
like
was
both.
a hard one, but the economics and the infrastructure really grabbed me.
Because we're only allowed 3 each, right?
What's that?
How many per ad hoc? 3?
I mean, I guess if you wanted to participate on 2 ad hocs, you could. Well,
No, because
it would
of
be a
Brown, it's only
maximum of
3,
3
right?
because of
Yeah.
Brown Act.
So
Yeah.
you've got 1, 2, 3, and then
Yeah.
you and me and
Heidi and Rick.
oh yeah, what do we do?
It's a great question.
Well, probably not Heidi if she's about to be done.
Oh, that's true. So it would be Rick, really.
Great.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We did it.
There, we're done. Okay.
Well, and before we make a motion, I'll just mention that there's nobody here in the public to make public comments. And yep.
And I'll make the motion for ad hoc 1 and ad hoc 2 and the designated members.
Second.
Excellent.
Commissioner Bauer, absent. Commissioner Moses,
Yes.
Commissioner McKierling,
Yes.
Commissioner Rackison,
Yes.
Commissioner Wisman, absent. Councilmember Gator Thompson,
Yes.
Chair Hooper.
Yes.
The motion is approved.
Great. Okay, we have made it through item 3. Did we want to do a continuation for 4 to the next meeting?
Oh, no, I'm good with doing it now.
You're good with doing it now?
Well, you wouldn't be able to because you didn't vote to take that as a new item by 10:30. So it automatically continues to the next meeting.
That's fine too.
Right.
I like that.
Well,
I think that makes sense.
So the rules
Hopefully we have
answered
all
for you.
members too.
yeah, and that's the other thing. It does feel a bit strange to have that discussion with 2 people missing. Yeah. Yeah. So, no, technically, because I always want to go for are we done, and then I am so rude to staff because they put a lot of work into their report that we then end up using quite frequently. So, but the first part is, do we have commission comment?
Yeah, I was at SCTA yesterday, and the city's getting money for 2 projects, Lynch Creek and pavement improvements at Old Red. And then last night's city council meeting was long.
Yes, it was. It was very long.
Yeah, it went till like 1 o'clock in the morning. But I can't even think what we did. I'm still tired. Yeah, that's all I have to say. Oh, my water committee, it's really interesting, just deciding, just learning about water and the wells and how to monitor, and just, looking at it, how these wells are doing. And, so far there's only 2 wells that are a little bit under what they should, but the other ones are doing well. And Mike Healy's on this Zone 2A, and there is so much water at Lake Sonoma, like enough for an entire year without using what the normal number should be.
Good.
So this is all good news.
Good.
Yeah.
Commissioner.
Fantastic news. Update from PBAC. At our last Pedestrian and Bicycle Committee meeting, we had an update on the Safe Streets nomination program where everybody is peppering Bjorn with their nominations for their street to be included and how they're making decisions on their top 10 and prioritizing that. It was actually pretty interesting. And then an update on bicycle wayfinding in the city. There's been a pilot program to do a unified bicycle wayfinding that has stalled for years. We are finally getting to a point where we're going to be able to push forward to get that going. And to save Roger the trouble, quick plug for Tree Committee Arbor Day, April 27th, Prince Park. Would love to see everyone there. We need everyone there because we're doing a big mulch effort. We need the labor. So come on out.
Thank you very much. The only update I was going to give, and it was just to dovetail off of the council members' update, as part of our early action budget item, we've not cut but deferred a great deal of transit dollars. So there should, I think, a little over I don't want to quote the exact number right now. We've deferred a significant number of transit dollars, so that might have some pretty far-reaching implications for certain projects coming up. So we should just be mindful of that. Roger.
I'm willing to push this to the next meeting, but it's I've been asked by the Tree Advisory Committee to discuss with the Planning Commission, and I discussed it with Andrew, the issue of how do we get everything that takes up space, including landscape, including buildings on site plans, to be part of a submittal before SPAR. Not species and not the specific tree, but is there trees here, or is there an edge of trees? Is there a parkway? What is the landscape component of the site plan? Because once it becomes a vested map, things don't move too easily, and
Right.
and the impact may lose a unit, which you can't do.
Right.
So I'm trying to get the landscape component to be part of early submittals, landscape concept maybe, to be a part of preliminary conceptual submittal, preliminary submittal. So when it gets to be the vested map, there's room to accommodate the landscape plan. And it also forces the landscape architect to be part of the site planning process, because if they're not, the architect and engineer do the site plan, and then it's his turn to shrub it up with trees, but there may not be any room.
Why don't we talk with Andrew offline to see what we could do with this, to then see if we can get something agendized on a future meeting?
Yeah. Okay.
Sure, that's fine. And following the discussion with Commissioner McCarolyn, and he had provided some written notes, we do have a concept review coming forward as a study session at one of our May meetings, and we are using those recommendations to advise the applicant on preparing materials to submit for that study session. So we'll see if the projects start to come in concept in a better form.
Good.
So thank you for that.
Perfect. Staff report.
So thank you for this evening. I know that was a lot of information, but great discussion. We do have agenda items for April 23rd. And it does look like we have a quorum for that meeting. We have agenda items for the May 14th meeting, and we have a quorum. We have agenda items for May 21st, but we don't yet have a quorum. So Uriel will be reaching out to those who have not responded to request a response. And then for May 28th, we have agenda items that will be the general plan work again. And we do have a quorum for that meeting. So anticipating one more meeting in April, 3 meetings in May. As well, May is Historic Preservation Month and kicks off some events there. There's 2 events that the city is sponsoring jointly with the Petaluma Historical Museum. So we'll be sure to get you information about those event opportunities. And beyond that, thank you for your time this evening. It's greatly appreciated.
Well, thank you for yours. Well, if there's nothing else, we are adjourned.
This is an audio test. Please remain silent for the best results. This test is designed to ensure the best audio quality experience during your Zoom meetings. Once the test is completed, you will see the results on the screen. Thank you. This is an audio test. Please remain silent for the best results. This test is designed to ensure the best audio quality experience during your Zoom meetings. Once the test is completed, you will see the results on the screen. Thank you.